didn't know how much emotional pain I was carrying until Kriya Yoga helped me face it and release it. It is gentle, but it goes deep. If you're dealing with emotional wounds, anxiety, or old trauma, this practice could help you come back to your center. Book a free call at KriyaYogaMasterclass.com or join my free school at freekriyayoga.com.
Kriya Babaji Namo. 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 Kriya Babaji Namo.
Welcome to our June 18th live stream, Vedagurudev's live Kriya Yoga Q&A Satsang. So before we get started, like always, please subscribe to Vedgurudev YouTube channel so we can get over 1,000 subscribers. We're very close, but we need your help. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe at Vedagurudev. As always, discover the secrets of Kriya Yoga, 100% free, freekriyayoga.com. It doesn't cost no money. If you need help and you want to get on the path to Kriya Yoga, please join. It's 100% free, no pressure. And if you need help right now, book a call with Vedagurudev, KriyaYogaMasterclass.com, and we'll try to solve your problems and go through your problems as best as we can. So with that said, let's get started with our June 18th Q&A Satsang. Make sure you put all your questions in the YouTube chat so we could answer all your questions in real time. So with that said, welcome, Veronica and Practice Being. Glad to see you today.
Happy to be here.
Likewise. Me and Practice Being had a very profound and insightful interview on his channel, which is at Practice Being YouTube channel. So if you're not subscribed to Practice Being, make sure you subscribe to him. And if you're a member of a subscriber from Practice Being channel, make sure you subscribe to Vedagurudev. Rising tides lift all boats.
Yes.
So we got subscribers to share, and he got subscribers to share. And let's all share and collectively uplift the vibration worldwide.
Yeah, I saw the interview this morning. I thought it was really good. It answered a lot of my questions and created more questions. So I look forward to more of those. So happy to be here. I always look forward to these satsangs. So share everybody's energy.
Outstanding.
We have a couple people on YouTube. Let's see, Sandy says, hello, blessings to all.
Blessings to you, Sandy, and all people watching this around the world. Blessings to you.
And Paul says, greetings. Greetings.
Greetings to you also, Paul. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. If you have any questions or comments, post them in the YouTube chat. We'll answer them as best as we can and try to get you the help you need wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I was thinking, I don't know, the concept, I don't know, that we were of OJIS and everything. I was thinking that children should be taught spirituality at a young age, like learning meditation and just how to be more mindful. And then I was thinking young men should be taught, I don't know, how to control their sexuality, and I don't know about OJIS. I don't know. For me, as a young woman, I did not feel safe, and it would have been nice if more. I don't know. I think it'd be nice if more men knew about that, because I don't know. I had a. I don't know. Like in jobs, it was. I don't know. I feel. I don't know. This was like 30 years ago, but men would say really inappropriate things to me, and it would. I would just like to see, like, I don't know, some more knowledge about that. So, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like all these practices we do in Kriya Yoga, in my opinion, I'm biased, but I think it's way more important than knowing who crossed the Delaware River or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna, how's that gonna integrate into your daily life, you know? So it would definitely, I wish when I was in school, I learned how to meditate, you know, how to calm my mind. It's, when you're growing up, you're so conditioned by, you're defined by your country, you're defined by your state, you're defined by your community, all these identities they place on you and condition on you. I don't think any of that's important. I think getting into a calm, peaceful state before you start your day, like in meditation or just breathing, doing simple breath work would really help uplift you. And these are the tools you really need to help you during the day. So I would agree with you. Integrating meditation into the school system would be super beneficial. I would definitely say. And I wish I had that when I was in school.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what I learned in school.
I
And
know.
it didn't really help me in my daily life. You know, I was different. I took a more freeing path, you know. I've never worked a 9-to-5 job since I was 14. I just DJ'd, and then when that exhausted itself, then I started on the path of Kriya Yoga. So like, yeah, I would agree. When I was in my teenage years, I was a wild monkey, controlled by and testosterone and all that. And, you know, I was just a loose on the world, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I couldn't control myself. So if you had some techniques to help you control yourself, calm you and still your mind, learning the technique of Brahmacharya, how to still your senses and calm your senses and not be controlled by your senses, like you master your own senses through different techniques, Brahmacharya, etc., and you really cultivate and enhance your ojas and shakti and prana. Those are way better techniques than learning what George Washington ate for dinner or whatever they taught you in school. So I definitely would love to see Kriya yoga or any breath work or even asanas integrated into the daily system. That would be way more beneficial, in my opinion, than how many wooden teeth did George Washington have or whatever, you know?
Yeah. And it's probably made up history anyway. So
yeah, that's why it's called his history, his story.
Yeah.
If you're going to write a comic book, you're going to write a comic book saying George Washington, when he played golf, he got 80 hole-in-ones. He was unstoppable. He was the greatest of all time, you know? when the British shot their musket at George Washington and just bounced off them because he was undeniable. He was Iron Man in the flesh.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you look at his story, you know, the winners write their own story. You know, they make it
Yeah.
up however they want. That's why my guru kind of said, like, we don't attach to the stories. These are good stories around the campfire, but what's more important is you doing your inner work and you taking the nuggets that you get in the Vedic text and integrating them into your own daily practice. So, you know, a lot of people like get attached to the stories, but if you could get the meaning and get the golden nugget from the story and apply it in your daily life and integrate it into your daily life, then that's the real benefit.
I have a couple questions from polyester. Pretty good ones. Hi,
Nice.
Vedagurudev and all here.
Hello.
Hello. Question: how would you describe the practical side of the practice of Kriya Yoga?
The practical side is integrating Kriya Yoga into your daily life 24 hours a day. You wash the dishes, you become mindful, you carry that meditative state. So it's just not a 10-minute practice. Then you go back to your chaotic Maya delusional world and attach to it. It's basically integrating it into your daily life. So it carries you through the whole day. And everything, if you do it right, becomes a meditative Kriya Yoga practice. So in our school, we really teach how to integrate it into your daily life. So basically everything becomes a Kriya Yoga practice. Taking out the trash, Kriya Yoga practice. You stay mindful. You keep a blissful, calm, peaceful state. Washing the dishes, you keep a calm, blissful, mindful state. And everything you do starts to become Kriya Yoga. So if you really master integrating it into your daily life, nothing can really get you depressed or nothing can bother you because you have your shield up and you're mindful in anything you do. So like everything becomes your Kriya Yoga practice. So yeah, I would say the practical side of Kriya Yoga, your whole life becomes your sadhana or becomes your yogic practice, and everything you do becomes more blissful and happy. Like before Kriya Yoga, I used to dread taking out the trash. I used to dread cleaning my house. I used to dread washing the dishes. Now I welcome the opportunity. And so I said, ooh, we're going to wash the dishes. I'm going to wash it as mindful as possible and integrate it. And it becomes a blissful, happy experience, a mindful experience, a meditative experience. So, we really integrate the practice of Kriya Yoga into our daily life, and everything we do becomes our sadhana, which is our yogic practice.
And then polyester S wanted to know if, i.e., breath work, poses, meditation, which is most focused on?
I mean, if you're doing it right, so there are 5 folds in Kriya Yoga. Number 1, asanas, physical postures for the physical body. Number 2, pranayama, breath work, secret yogic breath. Number 3, dhyana, which is meditation, mastering your mind. Number 4, mantra japa, which is basically focusing on the sound syllables and really focusing your awareness wholeheartedly on vibrating the sound syllables. And bhakti, which is basically devotion or surrender to God. So, and then there's also other branches, karma yoga, different type of yoga. But yeah, which one is most effective? That would be for you to define, because whichever one resonates and makes you feel the best, that is the most effective one. So what is effective for me may not be effective for you. We're on different places on the spiritual journey, and our body have different constitution. So I would just say, if you're a member of our free school, go through all the techniques we have in our beginner mini course and see which one resonates with you. And that is the best one. So I don't like it when they say in yoga, this is best. How would they know what's best for you? They don't live in your body. You're vibrating on a different frequency. Your body has a different constitution. You're male, you're female, on and on and on. There's a lot of factors. So I would just say, if you're not a member of our free Kriya Yoga School, join our free Kriya Yoga School. We have some beginner courses to go through, and we give you a sample of everything. There's some mantra japa, there's some asanas, there's some pranayama breath work, there's some meditations. So you could really start to cultivate and enhance your sadhana and your Kriya Yoga practice. But I would definitely say that it's not one size fits all. So whatever resonates with you and works best for you, that is the best practice of Kriya Yoga. So in our Kriya Yoga School, in our paid Kriya Yoga School, we have hundreds of Kriyas. So we give you a collection of Kriyas so you can choose what works best for you. So I don't like to say, do this and you'll be fully enlightened, you know? Ding, you know? Like
Eureka.
Yeah, Eureka, abracadabra. You are now enlightened, my friend, you know? So it's really up to you to develop and cultivate your sadhana. And the way you would cultivate your yogic practice is by going through as many techniques as possible and see what uplifts you. Well, you know, like I did this asana. It made me feel good. I'm going to integrate that into my daily practice. Or I did this asana and it didn't make me feel good. I did this meditation. It made me feel good. Check. I did this meditation. It didn't really resonate with me. X, you know, so you kind of start building your own practice by going through all the techniques. And my guru used to say, what worked for Yogananda 100 years might not work for you today. It's really up to you to use your own discernment and your own discrimination and see what really works for you. You know, that was a different time. He was on a different place spiritually. So it might work for you or it might not, but you make the decision what works best for you. So I would just go through all the techniques, whichever one works best for you, then put it in your pocket, add it to your toolbox, and cultivate it and enhance it and do it as much as you can. So the techniques, the kriyas that work best for you and resonate the best with you, those are the best techniques, regardless of anything. And it's like eating. I would try to have a balanced diet. If you can do asanas, I would try to do the ones that resonate with you. If anybody could do pranayama breathing, whichever pranayama works best for you, I would do that. Whatever meditation uplifts you and gets you into the right mind state to tackle the chaotic Maya delusional world, I would do that. Whatever mantra uplifts you and makes you feel the best, I would do that. And whatever songs you resonate with and like to sing, bhakti, I would do that. And I would try to help as many people as possible. Look for the opportunity to help anybody, you know, like you don't have to help monetarily. You could help somebody, you know, if the box of cereal is too high in the grocery store and the child's trying to get it, reach up and grab it and help the child out. That really brings you personal satisfaction. And so it's a number of different factors, but when you stack all these kriyas together, then it really uplifts you. And the only way to tell you which is the best way is by you going through the techniques and you tell me which is the best way. So I don't like to say one size fits all. Do this kriya and you'll be instantly enlightened. You know, it's a process where you have to say what works best for you. So that would probably be my best answer for you, Esther.
Esther says, Polyester S says, thank you, member since yesterday. Your explanation is very clear. So
outstanding.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's a member of our free Kriya Yoga School. The first classroom start here is basically like gives you some framework. What is Kriya Yoga? What are the 5 folds of Kriya Yoga? Who am I? Who is my guru? That's always the question I get a million times. So why is my name Vedagurudev? You know, that's there's a video in there. Who is Vedagurudev? Who is my guru? What is our parampara? What is our lineage? And then there's a beginner mini course. I think it's 7 courses, but it's basically you get some sample asanas that anybody could do. If you feel strain or pain from any asana, those just don't do it. You don't have to force it. Pain blocks the flow of prana. And then there's some breath work anybody could do. There's some meditation anybody could do. And so it's a little framework. And if you want the advanced techniques and you really want to start surrendering yourself to the practice of Kriya Yoga, we have a paid Kriya Yoga school, which is $50 a month. Just go to Kriya Yoga Masterclass. There's a button, join the Kriya Yoga school now, or you can go on a call with me and we could try to see if you're a good fit for practicing Kriya Yoga or whatever problems you have. Give me the opportunity to help you and solve your problems. So, and that goes for anybody, not just Esther. Anybody who's watching this, we want to get you as much help as we can. We want to get you the tools to help you navigate 2025, because it is a definite conscious is definitely under attack 24 hours a day in this Maya delusional world. So it really helps to have some Kriya Yoga techniques in your pocket to help you navigate this crazy Maya delusional world.
Yes. Kriya Yoga is for everybody.
Next, Kriya Yoga is for everybody.
I have a question. Oh, go ahead.
Anybody could do it. Man, woman, child. I recommend everybody to try Kriya Yoga. You know, like, it looks scary in the beginning because you see, like, on TV, some woman doing the full wheel pose and a goat jumps on her stomach, and you say, I could never do that. I had the same mindset myself. When they showed me the asanas, I was like, no way. My foot does not go behind my head. But if I could do it, anybody could do it. So I don't want anybody to be scared of Kriya Yoga. Give it a chance, you know, and who knows, you know, you could be the next Kriya Yogi. If Veronica could do it and Practice Being could do it and I could do it, anybody could do it. It's Kriya Yoga is for everybody. So do yourself a favor and get on the path of Kriya Yoga today. You know, subscribe, Vedagurudev. We have 2 daily motivational videos about Kriya Yoga. Join our free Kriya Yoga school, freekriyayoga.com, or book a call with me. These are all free. And if you want to join our paid school, that's perfectly fine, but no pressure, right? Just get some tools to help you navigate this crazy Maya delusional world, because it's a definite war zone out there. So
yes,
I wish you all the best, my friends. If you need help, we're here to help.
Next, we have Paul, and he has a question for Practice Being. He says, welcome, Practice Being. I just watched the beginning of the interview, looking forward to the rest. I share some background with Practice and would like to know if he still uses plant medicine.
Yeah, we talked today. You actually asked the question, Veronica, about medicine men. And there's this label shaman. And I mentioned also a little bit of the past, how I used to deal drugs. And drugs specifically meaning like mushrooms and marijuana and ancient shaman plant medicines. And it started off with the intention of wanting to, you know, help people heal, but I got carried away with it, and it became a selfish thing about money and self-serving, and that's why I ended up going to jail, because, you know, is God intervening and giving me my midlife crisis at the age of 19. So I'm thankful for that, because it served as a turning point. But I said all that to say, in short, that is a short version of the story, but I've had transcendental experiences using drugs, using designer drugs, but using Kriya Yoga and using yogic practices it's a cleaner, more open connection, and it's lasting, it's eternal, and it compounds and it builds up. The difference between that and using drugs and substances is that they're temporary, and there's always a negative after effect. Yeah, it feels good while you're doing it. Wow, I'm tripping. Everything's open. You know, the third eye's open. In the Bible, it talks about the land of milk and honey. And what is that? It's your pineal gland, your third eye, secreting DMT, which is honey, and milk, which is serotonin. These chemicals being released within us. You asked a question earlier, Veronica, about Amrita.
Yeah.
And these, just being aware of the alchemical process and the energies and the different glands, the pituitary gland, the pineal gland, and just having an awareness of the human anatomy is very significant. So I said all that to say basically that yes, there is great ways to use plant medicines and different herbal remedies and whatnot. And these chemicals interact with us in a different way, especially when we have a heightened sense of spiritual sensitivity. We have an awareness of, wow, I ingest this and this makes me feel a certain way. But ultimately, the ultimate truth is beyond chemical substances and beyond anything physical. So plant medicines can be used as a tool for sure, but it's, again, I said earlier, we don't want to stake the means for the goal, and these things can, you know, I heard somebody say, I won't take credit for this, I heard somebody say one time, when you get the message, hang up the phone. So these plant medicines can help us get the message, like, wow, there's something beyond, you know, my everyday, normal, ordinary human experience, and it can help us tune into that. However, we don't want to overdo it and keep using it, because then it has a bad effect. When we get the message, the plant teacher call it a plant teacher. The plant teacher gives you the message, hang up the phone and use holistic practices like Kriya yoga and breath work and things that you can use on a daily basis, because you're not going to take mushrooms. You're not going to smoke. I used to smoke weed every day, and weed every now and then. Yeah, it can be very healing if it's used with that intention as a medicine. However, most people get carried away with it, and it becomes an addiction. And then you don't want to be at a point where anything outside of you has power over you. The source of happiness and all pleasure and awareness and life itself is within us. So as soon as you export that happiness to something outside of you, to say, oh, my pleasure is in weed or in this substance or whatever it is in a certain plant medicine, then that's missing the point. That's missing the intention. It really goes down to intention. And like when I didn't just sell mushrooms to everybody. It was, if somebody who was wanting to use it at a concert or a party, I was like, no, it's all about setting, and namely setting the intention. You hold it in your hand and you see this as a sacred substance, and how this is interacting with the source of life within us, and how it's stimulating certain things within the human system to make us feel a certain way and connect with the Most High and different realms of existence. So when you set that intention, plant medicines can be very powerful, but it's more so about the inner intention than the medicine. And as Vedagurudev said earlier, like I don't need a doctor to tell me what's the matter with me, because there's that spiritual sensitivity. I close my eyes, focus the awareness, the attention inwardly, and I know what's going on within this body. I don't need a doctor to tell me. I don't need a doctor to heal me. You know, I already know what's good for me, because I use my own, as you say, also discernment and discrimination. So yeah, plant medicine is powerful, however, with moderation.
Yeah.
And when you do your inner work, you want to do your inner work so you're not dependent on any external sources to get you to where you need to go. And when you do your inner work, you kind of look at external sources as like unnecessary, because like practice being said, like I could heal myself. I know what uplifts me and helps me vibrate. And it's more of a, instead of like a band-aid or a temporary fix, it's more a permanent state that you become to. When you come to this higher state, then 15 minutes of pleasure from using a drug or a substance has no meaning, because you carry that state of being throughout the whole day, you know, and you've done the inner work. So you didn't like microwave it or shortcut it, you know, because you took an external source. You cultivate it over doing your practice, and you carry that with you 24 hours a day. So instead of having a good time for 15 minutes a day, I'd rather carry that state of being throughout the whole day. And I've done the inner work, so I'm not dependent on any external sources to get me to the place, you know?
It's
Yeah,
ultimately something outside of us is ultimately stimulating the bliss that is already within us. When we
True.
realize that bliss is always with us, the presence is always with us, the very source of existence, animating all of us simultaneously, then you transcend that. I used to be very entrenched in that, and became dependent on it. But like Vedagurudev just said, you know, when you practice Kriya yoga or whatever your path, bhakti, karma, on a daily basis, the compound effect of that builds up, and you realize that the source of happiness is always with you, always within you, and you don't seek it externally.
I always liked when my guru said, happiness is inside you as you. All you have to do is realize it or unlock it. So when you realize, if you're looking for happiness outside yourself, you're almost doing yourself a disservice, because like practice being says, it's inside you as you. All you have to do is realize it and unlock it. And when you have inner happiness, no one can sell you outer happiness. Anytime you turn on the TV or social media, anything, they're trying to sell you happiness that they don't have. When you realize you have happiness inside you as you, then you don't need any of these other things, because you're a self-realized being. Yogananda's fellowship is called Self-Realization Fellowship. We're realizing our inner self. So we don't need any external things. We have all the tools we need inside us as us. So it really uplifts us, and it gives you the right mindset where you're like, oh, take this. This will make you happy. No, it won't. I get to my blissful, happy place when I meditate, you know? So it really starts to open your mind and make you more aware that you already have all the tools you need inside you as you. You just got to realize it and do the inner work. And then you'll have a permanent state of happiness instead of like a 10-minute band-aid of happiness.
Happy, happy, happy.
yeah.
Happy, happy, happy. Yeah, that's was one of my guru's most profound statements. Happy, happy, happy. You know, I at the time I was like, well, that didn't really answer my question. But the more I contemplated and meditated on it, it did answer my question. Sometimes the simplest words are the most profound teacher. You know, happy, happy, happy. Always happy, happy, happy
Yeah.
inside you as you, right?
We all want to be happy. I know, just to
It's it.
piggyback on what both of you were saying, I'll see people like brag about doing ayahuasca like 28 times. And I'm just thinking, couldn't you've just done it once? Why do you have to keep doing it? It's just like, you know, use it as a tool, like you said, practice being, but it just seems like that it becomes an addiction after that many times that like you're microwaving your path to spirituality. Like,
Yeah, my brother, my Himalayan brother, Ved Mooney, is a Brazilian ayahuasca shaman, right? And he told me out of his own mouth, he said, somebody vibrating like you doesn't need it. These are all for lower frequency beings trying to reach the state that you're already in. So it's almost like unnecessary, right? You've done the inner work, so you are light years ahead of where they want to be, right? they only can get a temporary glimpse of Ananda or bliss or Satchinanda. But you have a permanent state of Satchinanda. You're a walking temple of ashram of Satchinanda or bliss. So it's not necessary for you, you know? Take it from me. I've done it millions of times. I've given it to people millions of times. It's not necessary, you know? It's like sugar on the spiritual path, you know?
Yeah.
It's not necessary. It doesn't add. It's a temporary Band-Aid for people who are lazy and don't want to do the inner work, you know?
Yeah.
They'd rather fly to Brazil and take some liquid that helps get them to the lightning path. But once you do the inner work, that's almost like unnecessary for you, you know? Like you're already in that state. You don't need to go more to that state, you know? And you have a better state of being in that state where you can maintain it throughout your day, being mindful. Like somebody asked earlier, what's the purpose of Kriya Yoga? You know, like how do I integrate it in my life? When you have realized your inner self and realize your higher consciousness, then you carry this with you through the day. You become a walking temple. You become a walking ashram. So you don't want to bring more trash into your ashram. You're cleaning your ashram, you know? So it's unnecessary for these other substances. And, you know, like that's what Ved Muni said, who's my Kriya Yogic brother. And yeah, he says it's not necessary, you know, like from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Just having an awareness of the endocannabinoid system, because we feel this bliss within us, and we want to understand the human anatomy again. And like smoking marijuana stimulates the bliss that is already within us. The Ananda, which means bliss, there's a chemical in marijuana that it's an external source of it. But the whole point is not relying on that, because we want to consciously, alchemically stimulate that within us through breathing techniques, Kriya Yoga, different yogic practices. We don't need to rely on a plant to produce that which is already within us. So it becomes a dependence, an addiction, and at least for me, because it makes you feel really good, right? But that feeling is temporary. And like you're saying, you're consecrated. You become a walking temple when you produce this within yourself naturally. And that's really the key.
True.
Yeah. We have some new comments. Alex Bro says, hello, does Mataji appear in the real world or visions as a totem animal, like a deer or fox? Tell us more about the clairvoyance arshis.
Yeah, Mataji is the feminine side of Babaji. Masculine Babaji, Mataji feminine. So in Kriya Yoga, we also have the Ida and the Pingala, the yin and yang, the Shiva and the Shakti, the balance, you know. There's Babaji and there's Mataji. I used to like what my guru said about Mataji. He said you would see Babaji 10 times before you see Mataji once, which means she's always in the background, but she's always there too, you know? Like, so in our Kriya Yoga school, we have a Mataji Shakti mantra, which is very profound. I like it also. So it's one of my favorite. Veronica has it also. So Mataji, what is her spirit animal or totem? I mean, I really can't say. I would just say she's divine mother, Kriya Yogic mother, for the North Star for us Kriya Yogis in the feminine sense, right? Everybody gives all the glory to Babaji, but in my intuition, Babaji would say Mataji is just as powerful and just as equal. but I love Mataji's divine mother, Kriya yogic mother energy. You know, it's like going to your grandmother's house or your mother's house, which you know, on Christmas or whatever. You know, it's more soothing. Babaji is more straight to the point, direct. Mataji is more loving, Kriya yogic mother. So yeah, I love Mataji the same as I love Babaji. And you know, anybody who's watched any of my satsangs says I'm a Babaji super lover. Babaji, 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 Babaji.
Yeah.
So if I say that, it means she's super powerful. So it's a good reminder to me. I need to give more glory to Mataji. You know, in our class, I've started saying Mataji's mantra equal to Babaji's mantra. So they even out the energies, the divine mother and the divine father, you know. So Babaji basically means revered father or divine father, and Mataji means revered mother, divine mother. So if you kind of see that in the Kriya yogic tradition, Babaji as divine father and Mataji as divine mother, then it gives you the balance. And as Kriya yogis, we're always trying to live in equanimity, right? Like too much masculine and not enough feminine is not balanced. So we need equal feminine and equal masculine. So the Ida and the Pingala balances, the nadis in your body balance, the Shiva and Shakti have the divine union of yoga inside you as you. So Jai Mataji, you know.
Yeah,
it's a good reminder for me to say more Mataji's Shakti mantras, and you know, maybe I have too much Babaji and I need more Mataji.
And then did you are you knowledgeable on any of the clairvoyant arshis?
Not really, you know. Maybe whoever said this enlighten me what Archie is.
I think he means rishis.
Oh,
Rishi. Yeah. So yeah, the clairvoyant Rishis, how the story goes. Now I'm not an expert, in my opinion. Lord Shiva came and he was meditating. He had a crowd around him, the city he went to in India. They stayed for like a day. He didn't open his eyes. So they started to dissipate. After a couple months or a couple weeks, however long it was, there were 7 people who were there, who stayed from beginning to end. Agastya was one of them. And when Shiva opened his eyes, he gave techniques and kriyas to the 7 rishis, and they went around the world and they spread the knowledge of Shiva, which was basically the supreme science of yoga, or the God science of yoga, like Krishna would say in the Bhagavad Gita. So they were sent on their way to give Shiva's teachings to the world. And that's why Shiva is called Adi Yogi, because he basically, Adi means first yogi. So he is credited with being the first yogi. So it depends how you translate this story, but I would say, yeah, these 7 rishis, like Agastya is, they call him Mahasiddhi or Mahasita, or the great Sita, the Adi Sita, the first guru, Param Guru. So in our Kriya yogic tradition of Siddhanta, Agastya is, besides Shiva, the highest Sita, the highest yogi, right, in Kriya yoga. So he got direct transmission from Lord Shiva himself, as the story goes. So his kriyas, his techniques are the most powerful because they come directly from the source. So it wouldn't surprise me if he had all the siddhis, right? Clairvoyance, levitation, bilocation, on and on and on, whatever the siddhis are. So yeah, he would, any of these rishis would definitely have the most purest transmission and connection, if the story's true, from Lord Shiva himself. Like, who is the best guru of all time? Lord Shiva, Adi Guru, right? The first guru, right? So they have the most purest transmission of all. So they would have any CT that you ever heard of, plus any more. I would just narrow it down, make it short, and say, what couldn't they do? Because they have the purest transmission besides Lord Shiva himself, right? So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if any of the 7 rishis could do anything possible on the human realm, because they have the purest, most clean transmission from Lord Shiva himself. So clairvoyance would be kindergarten for these super enlightened beings. You know, they are in the purest sense, pure consciousness, pure light, pure everything. So any of these 7 rishis, I would say shortly, what couldn't they do? Not what can they do. They can do everything. You know, they're the highest physical form being possible, right? Their teacher is Lord Shiva himself. So they could do anything possible, in my opinion.
That's a very, from what I've heard, that's a very accurate relaying of the story too, because basically I just want to shed some light on why the 7 people stayed. A lot of people came when Lord Shiva was sitting there unmoving. In the Bible it says, be still and know that I am God.
Right.
Just sitting there unmoving, almost not even breathing, right? And for days on end. So people come and this isn't this isn't a show. The guy's just sitting there. What is he doing? But these 7 people, these 7 disciples, disciple meaning discipline, they recognized the power, because wow, this guy's just sitting there unmoving for days on end. He must have transcended his physical nature. He's not identified with the body, not even the mind. He's just sitting there unmoving, but he's still alive, still vibrant and alert and aware, just simply unmoving. So he's obviously transcended his physical nature, and they recognize the power in that. And so they saw this guy, the guru. They submitted, they surrendered themselves, they bowed down, and this guy obviously has something, knows something that I don't. So I'm gonna humble myself and, you know, pay as much respect as possible and do whatever I can to, you know, beg if I have to. Show me what you know, tell me what you know, transmit what you know. I'll do whatever. I'm willing, like in the autobiography of Yogi, I'm willing to jump off a cliff for Babaji.
True.
That story's in there. And when you have that willingness, when you're able to go to the ends of the earth, you're able to do whatever to be shown, be revealed the truth. And you stay humble when you are, and you can't not be, because once you're shown something from on high, it's a challenge to come back to the world and share it and put language to it, and it's beyond language. So you're just blessed to have this experience. So these 7 disciples recognized the power of a lot of people may think it's crazy to sit in meditation. They're not doing anything. A lot of people are in, you know, in having consciousness, your values in what you have, and or even what you do. What are you doing in the world? But when you're simply being, when you practice being, and of course there's doing too. You want there to be a balance, because even Sri Amma Babaji devotee says you can't meditate 24 hours a day. So there's got to be some action, some karma yoga, but the more you practice being, you realize that, again, the source of happiness and bliss is within you. As it builds up within you, and you seek that. You stop seeking outside of you, because you realize all is here right now, as Lord Shiva did when he's sitting there in stillness. So that's the beauty of it, and the power of you used the word Adi Yogi, the first yogi, and to recognize that in itself is is very powerful.
Yeah, and what a beautiful lesson on surrender. I surrender to you. God has shined his grace on me, and I'm in the audience in the presence of Lord Shiva himself. I'm going to stay here as long as it takes. When he opens his eyes, the first thing he's going to see is me sitting right in front of him. So, you know, I don't care if it takes 10 years or if it takes 5 months, whatever it takes, I'm surrendering to this opportunity, and whatever it takes, I'm going to be here. So as soon as he opens his eyes, maybe never, maybe tomorrow, I will be sitting right in front of him. I surrender to the process. You know, God has shined his grace on me and gave me this unique opportunity, and I'm not going to drop the ball. I'm going to be the best I can and cultivate this opportunity and enhance this opportunity as much as possible. So whatever it takes, I surrender to the process. And that's a beautiful story for your inner work. Don't try to lightning fast your inner work. Don't go as long as it takes and go through the process and enjoy the process. It shouldn't be a strenuous process. It shouldn't be a process. You should want to jump out of bed every morning. Like, woo, today I'm going to do my sadhana, my Kriya yoga practice. I can't wait for it. Even if it's like the full wheel day or the plow pose day, you say, I look forward to it. My guru used to say, what asana you hate, you do like you love. And that's how you live in equanimity. So no matter if it hurts or it's painful, you still breathe into it and enjoy it as much as possible and go through the process. So I'm sure most of these 7 Richies didn't want to wait there for months on end, but the benefit outweighed the temporary pain or discomfort that they were going through, for sure. So, and those other people that left, we don't say their names. Those people that stayed, we do resonate their names. So.
You were rewarded.
It's a good story. Just do the inner work, you know.
All right, Vedagurudev, I might need help with this one, but I'll do my best. Hello, I have this Astra mantra. It goes Om Shalim Pushum Hum Pat. Can you explain what chakra is activating? What does it do? Maybe translate the words. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll start with Pat. Pat is a very profound bija, which is like a sound syllable that a lot of yogis say in sitas. This is the advanced level bija. So when they say Pat, in our school, we have mantras, a Shakti mantra, a protection mantra that has Pat in it. And we always emphasize the Pat, right? This is the bija. This is the main seed of the mantra. So if you say Pat, this really, how can I say, opens the universe and really gives you what you're asking for. So when you say Pat, you have to say it with force. Pat. So you say it strong, Pat, right? Because it's kicking open the door to God. Let's say it like that. You know, it's like, Pat, I'm calling, I'm aligning myself. So Pat, yeah, so I would definitely say this is a good mantra. How effective it is depends on you. If it resonates with you and you feel uplifted by saying it, then it's a good mantra. You know, if it doesn't have the pull of resonating with you, then it's okay. You know, like from what I could see, maybe say it to me again. Like say one word at a time, and I'll go through one word.
Om.
So Om, the primordial sound of the universe, it's basically opening the universe. Every mantra starts with Om. What it's basically doing, it's opening the universe. it's resonating with the universe. It's vibrating the universe. So you have a clear path. You have a direct phone line to the other bijas or the other sound syllables in the universe.
The next word is Shalim.
Shalim. It might be Sharim, which is Lakshmi, wealth and prosperity. Goddess Lakshmi, Devi right here. Her bija mantra is Sharim, right? Shalim, I've never really heard, but they're probably trying to say Sharim. So Sharim means like, that is Lakshmi's bija mantra, her direct sound syllable. So that goes, when you're trying to attract abundance, wealth, and prosperity, you would say Sharim. So some yogis in the Himalayan mountains, they just say Sharim, 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 which is basically vibrating wealth and abundance. But it resonates with Lakshmi. It associates with Lakshmi, right? Sharim. So that basically, that bija means you're calling Lakshmi for wealth and prosperity and abundance. So I've never really heard Shalim, but they're probably starting to say Sharim.
Sharim.
I would say Sharim if I was you, you know. But maybe Shalim is something different. Could be, you know.
The next word is Pasham. I don't know. It's spelled P-A-S and then hum. Pasam. I don't know.
So hum is the throat chakra, and there's certain words that deliver the throat chakra or the bija for the throat chakra. So this kind of sounds like you would say be yum, right? Which is basically yum is the heart chakra. You're opening the heart chakra. So Shaham kind of is like a delivery to open your manifestation and your creativity in your throat chakra, right? So that's what it kind of sounds like to me. This mantra is trying to bring wealth, prosperity, abundance, creativity, all in one bundle. So Shaham kind of sounds like that, like a delivery to open your creativity via your throat chakra, your Vasuddhi.
And then the next word is home, spelled H-O-O-M.
Yeah, so home. We also say this in our Kriya Yoga school, which I like this, like it's coming home, right? It's not what it means, but home kind of means like it means peace, but like I like to associate it with coming home. So in our Kriya Yoga school, we do a Shanti mantra. I almost messed that up. A Shanti. Shanti means peace, right? So I'll basically demonstrate. I say it at the end of these live streams, so I'll say it again. Om Shanti, 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 Shalom, Sat Nam, Sadhu, Tao, Om Spirit, Swami, Kami, Amen, Amen, Omen, Selah, Om, Om. So you heard I said home, which is basically, I like to think of it as going home to the source, right? But it's another powerful bija mantra, going home, right? When you look at it, it looks like hum, but it's really pronounced home, right? So that's another powerful one.
And then the last word was what you already explained. Pat.
Pat, yeah.
Yeah. Kicking the door
That's
open.
That's the kicking the door open to the divine, right?
Yes.
Not peaceful, strongly, right? Like not opening the door lightly, like, can I come in? Like, pow, I'm coming in, you know, right? I'm
Yes.
Bruce Lee, pow, I kick in the door, you know. So, I mean, with these sacred sound syllables and these mantra japa, and did you get this mantra through Diksha, like mantra Diksha, or something you heard on the internet? Because there's two ways. Like, some of these mantras you get on the internet, they're kind of Frankenstein together. They use a bija from here and a bija for here, and it doesn't align correctly, right? So, like, it depends where you got this from. So if you got this from like your guru, or you got it from a person who knows, who is a mantra yogi, or who knows how to put these mantras together for the maximum impact, then it's more profound. My personal guru was a mantra yogi, so he had he dedicated his life to the practice of bija mantras and sound syllables. And so when he gave you mantra diksha, it was super powerful and uplifting. So, but it all comes down to if it uplifts you and gets you through the day. So if you wake up and you say this mantra and it gives you the shakti and the energy to get through the day, then it is a powerful mantra, and I would put it in your pocket. So it really doesn't matter what I think or other people think. It matters how it vibrates the water in your body, right? These sound syllables give you a vibration. They all come together and vibrate the water in your body. So if it uplifts you and makes you feel good, then these are all great mantras. From what I could see, these have some good bija mantras, like bija sound syllables, that if they're put together right, could really vibrate the water in your body. We use the same sound syllables in our Kriya Yoga Masterclass, but we use them in a different way, or for different meanings. So this mantra that you said looks like a mantra for wealth, prosperity, and abundance, right? So yeah, if it works for you and you win the lottery, then it's a good mantra. Whatever you're trying to accomplish in your life.
I had a question about that, like the continuous repetition of a mantra. It gets energized, and it will at some point, it will manifest your desire, but it's just that, like, I don't know, like the repetition. And I was just thinking it becomes more powerful than a prayer. It just gets more energized and energized as you do it.
Yeah, they call it a japa, which basically translates to God is saying your mantra for you. So
Yeah.
the more you vibrate it and the more you kind of connect with the mantra, the more it becomes the soundtrack to your daily life. So it just runs as a loop in the background and uplifts you or connects you to whatever you're getting. So yeah, I would definitely say, like, when you get mantra diksha and you align with that and you become one with that mantra, it becomes very profound. And it almost, I like that, the visualization of God saying your mantra for you, right? So it just, like, the mantras I have diksha for just become the soundtrack to my daily life. Even though I'm not saying them, they're kind of looping in the background 24 hours a day. So it just starts to become the soundtrack of your life. So yeah, I would definitely say it uplifts you and gets you through the day. And I enjoy saying mantras. I used to didn't be a singing bhakti kind of yogi, but I don't know what's come over me in the last couple years. I sing with pure bhava and pure feeling, and the bhajans and the kirtans just come out,
Yeah. I love it
When
too.
When I was in the Himalayan mountains, when I was in the Himalayan mountains, I didn't have the proper pronunciation. There's one member of our school who's a real Hindu yogini, and she says it with the proper role and the proper, proper way to say it. So I really enjoy that. So these yogis, they had the proper pronunciation. They've been saying these mantras for years, and they've been passed down from lineage to lineage, para and para. So when I tried to say it, it was almost like a joke around the campfire, like, oh, here goes Vedagurudev, desecrating our sacred sound syllables, But one thing they couldn't take away from me, I said it with bhava, like pure feeling, right? Like opening my heart to God, right? Letting my soul shine. So when I did do that, they couldn't deny me. Let's say it like that, right? So there was points where they said, Vedagurudev, lower, lower, too loud, right? I said, from my mouth to God's ear. I want to make sure God hears this, right?
You're excited.
So I'm saying it with full power and pure, full positive feeling, right? So, yeah, that's the way I like to say it. So if you say any mantra, say it from your heart. Let's say it like that.
Yeah. What is it? Go hard or go home or something like that.
Go hard or go home, right? If you're going to say a mantra, say it with the most feeling and the most shakti you can, right? Give it all the energy you can, right?
Namaste, Mariana. So happy to see you.
Namaste, Mariana.
How are you guys?
Wonderful.
Great. We're doing great. We're happy you could join us today.
Yeah, like with the camera, that's the thing. Like my daughter still has school, but thank God it's ending. Next week is ending, so I think after that I could be more present. But I just have to do some housework. I just came by to say hi, but I'm gonna be on YouTube commenting or whatever. But I'm here. I can't be on camera right now.
Okay.
I came to say hi. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, no problem. You could stop in anytime. We appreciate your presence and your energy. Anytime you could stop by.
Yeah. You wanna say hi? This is my daughter.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Yeah, I gotta teach her all these mantras so she and Ariana can sing.
Yes.
During the class.
Oh, yeah. That would be beautiful. We would love to have your daughter as our mantra japa leader every week in our weekly class. That would be beautiful, We appreciate the innocent, pure soul child energy. So anytime she's ready, we're welcome to have her anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, I'm gonna be on YouTube.
Okay.
Love you all.
Love you.
Love you too, Mariana. Have a great day. Thank you for stopping in. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
That was nice, right?
Vedagurudev, we have 17 people online.
Woo!
Wow.
Breaking the bank.
Yeah.
All right. Helping people out there.
Yeah.
All you 17 people, if you need help, no question is off limit. Don't be shy. We're an open book. We'll speak straight from our heart. If you need help, please, by all means, put your question in the YouTube chat.
Yes.
We're trying to help as many people as possible, right? And we're lucky enough to have a different perspective from Veronica and Practice Being.
Yeah.
So if you have questions for them, by all means, ask it. We'll do our best to help you overcome whatever you're going through in the present moment. Because the reason we do these satsangs or these live streams is to help people. So I'm glad we're helping people. So wherever you're at, post your comment in the YouTube chat and we'll do our best to answer. We've already had some pretty profound questions already.
We have more.
All right, let's get to it.
Sandy wants to know, do you personally feel that the decoys or distractions of the Maya world increase as you vibrate higher and higher? If so, why do you think this happens? And is Kriya the antidote?
Yeah, so I'm biased. Kriya is absolutely the antidote, in my opinion. The distractions of the Maya delusional world, yeah, in my opinion, I would say that the higher you get your frequency and the further you get on the path and the more progress you make, the more the ego realizes it's dissolving, and it does not want to dissolve. So when I got on the path of Kriya Yoga, every night was a war between me and my ego, because it liked who I was before in my ego self. It's like a tasty cake to your ego when you're living in those lower instincts and those lower emotions. When you decide to transcend those lower emotions and raise your energy to a higher state and a higher awareness, it does not like it, and it's going to fight you every bit of the way. So when you get your mind prepared and know that's what it is, then the distractions have less of a pull on you. You know, in our Kriya Yoga school, we have a mantra, which is a protection mantra, a shield mantra. And this is what the mantra that I said before has the sound syllable pat, right? So it basically protects you, and it puts up a shield and helps you navigate the Maya delusional, the distractional world, the material world. So even me, when I go out to do my daily errands in Thailand, I say, I got to say the Kavachum Shield mantra, because they're coming. They're coming every which way. So it's important that in this day and age, and there's so many attacks on your consciousness, there's so many psyops, there's so many subliminal messages, there's so many messaging to control you and lower your frequency and get you in a fear state, so you're easily manipulated, easily controlled, easily become a customer, that it's important that you raise your awareness, you don't lower your awareness. So if you have the good thing about you, Sandy, is you have the awareness to know that these things are happening. Most people are just NPCs, you know, sheep in the game. They don't even understand. They don't know what psyops are, or conscious attacks, or astral parasites, or whatever. They just are living their life like this is the way it is. So being aware is, you're almost all the way home. You're 80% of the way there. So you're aware. All you need to do is cultivate some tools to help get you out of it. So I would suggest that Kriya Yoga can give you the tools to help you navigate this Maya delusional world, but take it with a grain of salt. I am also biased because I am a super Kriya Yoga lover. So I'm always going to say Kriya Yoga is the way. But yeah, it's important to have some techniques, because it is a total war zone. It is a total minefield out there in the Maya delusional world. And if you have some Kaya conscious techniques, the lower vibrations or the lower instincts doesn't have the pull that it usually has. You kind of start to laugh at it like the joke it is. Like, you know, like, but I like when the Bhagavad Gita, when Krishna says, your ego is always hiding behind that tree over there. It's always over there. Can I come in? Nope. Stay outside, you know? Oh, what do you think about Donald Trump's policy? I don't think about it at all. I'm doing my inner work. Okay. Okay. You know, it's always hiding behind that tree. Hello? Are you home? No, I'm not home. I like when my guru said, he said, if God is at your door, do not leave God outside in the cold and rain. If the ego is outside in the cold and rain, leave him out there. You know, so it's always looking for that window to jump through, or that open door. You know, then you go down that rabbit hole, and you know, it throws off your energy. It distracts you. It frustrates your inner energy. But if your inner energy isn't frustrated, then you kind of laugh at it like the joke it is. Like, good one. Yeah. You know, what do you think about this? You know, they're fighting in Iran or Israel. I don't care. I look out my door. I don't see no bombs. I don't see no planes. It doesn't affect me in the present moment. You got a bunch of cool ghost stories about faraway places to lower my frequency. I'm not taking the bait, you know? I sit on a cloud. I don't roll in the mud with the pigs. So if it doesn't affect you in the present moment, just detach, let it go, right? And it's a real easy technique. Peek your head out your window, look out your door. Are there any bombs? Nope. Are there any airplanes? Nope. Are people shooting each other? Nope. All I see is clouds and birds. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Thank you, God. Grateful for this true blessing, you know? So if you're not attached to ghost stories about faraway places, they can't affect you, you know? So, like they say, if a tree falls in the woods and you didn't hear it, did it really fall? Their job is to lower your frequency, get you in a fear state, and make you know about stuff that gets you in a fear state. But if you don't care about a fear state, I can tell you all these yogis in the Himalayan mountains, they don't know about the C word disease. They don't know about who's president of the United States. They don't care about none of this. They're just doing their inner work. They're unaffected by anything that's happening in the Maya delusional world. So just be like a Himalayan yogi or any spiritual tradition and not care about none of this. Align yourself with God and connect yourself with God, and you should be okay every day.
Sandy's having fun with us. So it's 2 parts. She says, believe it or not, George isn't at home. Leave a message at the beep. And then she says, don't mind me, just vibing high with you all. Grateful for this Satsang. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like practice being said earlier, when you get the message, hang up the phone. If the message is like, what do you think about the war in Iran? Hang up the phone. Nobody home. Not interested in what you're selling. Like, what do you call this? Like call centers or scam calls. Yeah. Hello, do you want to buy a gift card to Walmart? No. Click. Right? Hello, can you give me your credit card? No. You know, whatever, right? Just once you get the message, and hopefully that message is from the divine, the pillar of light from the higher astral planes, then I got the message. I hang up the phone. So I used to like when my guru said, these kriyas are to bring you into the higher state. Once you're in the higher state, you let the techniques go. So in samadhi, there's no need to keep doing the technique over and over. You reach the state, you let it go. You let go of everything. So same thing. Once you get the message, you hang up the phone. There's no reason to keep talking. So I like how practice being said that. I'm going to use that. That's a good one. I'm going to put that in my sayings list. When you get the message, hang up the phone. Well put.
So I don't know what this means. I don't know. Tell us please about Soma Homa recipe and warning. Thank you. I don't know, practice being, if you know what that means.
You see what that says? Soma.
Soma Homa.
Yeah, Soma.
So there's a third eye, and this is Soma. So Soma is basically an elixir. Like the other guy formerly is a different dude on here that is talking about medicine men, but this is something I mark on the calendar, new moon and full moon days. So I'll take this Soma. It's, what is the serving size? 1 teaspoon. And of course, we talk about the inner alchemy, right? It's more about the inner process, but we can why not use what nature has to offer to assist us in our spiritual process. So also, we were talking about ojas and neem and turmeric. The synergistic combination between neem and turmeric helps with the building of this ojas, because it transmutes the Shakti energy within us it transmutes physical energy into a non-physical spiritual dimension of energy. So you think of turmeric is orange. That relates to the sacral chakra, the water chakra. Our physical body is 72% water, same as Mother Earth. Not a coincidence. This body is simply a piece of the earth. So you take that Soma on, we want to be in alignment with the lunar cycles, also the circadian rhythm, the solar cycles. We want our physical vehicle to be in harmony with Mother Nature. And So, the lunar cycles are very significant. And what does the ocean do when it's a full moon? The tides are different. Of course, within the human body too, the water is behaving differently on full moon and a new moon. So just bringing awareness to this and focusing our awareness within and observing how the system behaves at different times and different astrological signs, different times in the year, and getting in alignment with the moon cycles and solar cycles and we could say the macrocosm. This is the microcosm, and within this human body, this microcosm, we can reflect the whole cosmos. When you look up in the sky at night, just the wonder, that childlike awe and wonder that a lot of us lose touch with because we think we know. We have a rigid personality and so many conclusions that we've drawn and been conditioned with, and just simply looking up in the sky at night can help alleviate that, because it's limitless. Is same thing looking out at the ocean. As far as the eye can see, it goes beyond what you can physically see, and the ocean is endless. It just keeps going and going and going. The stars up there, they're innumerable. You can't count them all. And the source of light that is animating and lighting up all the planets, all the stars, not just the solar system, but the solar systems and the Milky Way galaxy. And the Milky Way galaxy, there's innumerable galaxies. So just in that context, when you identify with context rather than content, rather than physical forms and things that you can perceive with the five senses, when you align more so with context, then your very sense of existence is expanded. But I can get off on tangents. I know I just flowing from the heart. Whatever wants to come out flows out.
Yeah.
But to answer the question, Soma is it's an ancient elixir. What does it say on here? It says double extracted 7 mushrooms elixir. So mushrooms are I mentioned mushrooms as a plant medicine as well, and especially if you're walking barefoot on the ground and you take some medicinal mushrooms with it, with a heartfelt intention, with wanting to receive that connection via revelation, you realize everything in the world has a unique consciousness. Everything in the universe has its own unique, and especially mushrooms, which helps us really connect to Mother Earth and her energy, and going back to neem and turmeric and Shakti, and just how turmeric connects with the sacral chakra, the water chakra, and neem is green, the heart chakra. So the feminine side, Mataji. We want this feminine, especially when you're retaining your sexual energy, your seed, your semen as a man. The masculine can become very dominant and very powerful. So in order to balance that, like Vedagurudev mentions in physical yoga, you do pose and counter pose. The counter pose is to help balance out the effects, the positive benefits of the pose. So same thing with neem and turmeric. When you retain your sexual energy, masculine becomes very powerful. So to help balance the Shakti, you take neem and turmeric, and that can help with the inner alchemy. You don't become reliant on the neem and turmeric, but it's just, again, with the Soma, same thing. Why not use the positive things Mother Nature in this earth, this planet has provided for us to assist us in our spiritual process, in our progress, and realize that everything serves a purpose and can help us, especially when we have that intention. And I take that Soma with that intention on the new moon and the full moon, because combined with the Kriya yoga, if it's on an empty stomach, you put that in water and maybe a couple other ingredients, make it an elixir, and water carries a profound memory. I have water right here sitting next to me in a jar, and there's a candle lit next to it. I notice Veronica is drinking water as well.
In class.
There's a couple, notes that I've written on, and I keep on top of the water. There's a flower next to the water.
Nice.
Some copper, and just how you treat water. And I mentioned earlier too in our discussion, how you treat the food before you eat it. It behaves differently within your system. When it's an offering, it can be very powerful. And you recognize that this is an extension of your sacral chakra, that what's already within you, and this is stimulating that and nourishing that and helping you with your inner alchemy. And when you set that intention, when I make that elixir on the full moon, new moon, and do some Kriya yoga, it's very powerful. And so much so, to make a long, I kind of went off on a tangent there, but so much, yes, it's an ancient elixir that, when combined with your spiritual practice and sadhana, definitely can help elevate you. And as far as warnings, just use it with good intention, and there's nothing to fear. There's no warnings are necessary.
What does it taste like?
Honestly, when you combine it with water, it has kind of you can kind of taste the mushrooms a little bit.
Okay.
But it's it's only 1 teaspoon serving size, so you combine it with, say, 16 ounces of water, and it doesn't really taste that much different. I don't really eat stuff for the taste anyway. It's more about how this is going to behave within me and assist me in my daily sadhana. Taste isn't really an incentive to eat. Like some days I don't really even feel like eating, and but just to stay in balance, to be mindful and conscious of that balance. An autobiography of yogi Sri Giri, never met him personally, but mentally I see him as a guru, as a master, and I bow down to him every day. Same thing with Vedagurudev, bowing down to Babaji. I'm doing my daily practice as if he's right in front of me. Same thing with Sri Giri. In fact, on the phone, this is the phone screen. So he's the background. So every time I pick up the phone, and I click on whatever I click on, that's why your background too is important. Because every time you pick up your phone, you're programming your subconscious mind. So if it says live in the here and now, then it's that reminder. Even because sometimes we can get ahead of ourselves and lose track of the present moment, the presence. And I'm guilty of this too. I'm not perfect. Sometimes we have to reel it back and take a few deep breaths. All is here now, and meditation, and just bringing awareness to everything we do. As Vedagurudev said, a Kriya yoga is really something that you integrate throughout your daily life, throughout every activity, and it becomes such when you practice it on a daily basis with that feeling, with that feminine alive within you. Because when your heart's open, it's so sweet, and your very existence itself, you really don't need much of anything. Like I said, some days I don't even feel like eating, but hey, well, we're gonna keep this masculine alive, and whatever I do eat, I'm transmuting this energy into ojas, into a non-physical dimension of energy. So that's the intent. It's taste is, that's a bonus. Oh, this tastes good, great. But I don't eat for the taste.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was palatable, but it sounds like it is.
Yeah, it's palatable.
Actually, before we go on to our next question, let's take the picture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I need a good thumbnail picture for our new background. Speaking of background, it's important. Maybe take
rid of that comment. Let me find where it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me get into my full lotus stance.
Yeah.
Everybody give a namaskar.
Namaskar.
Okay, I think that's good. I'll take a screenshot of that, and we'll add it to our thumbnail.
Okay.
Did I look? Was I lit up enough? Or
yeah, actually, that light you have, like, you are lit up.
All right, cool. Solving problems, putting
Yeah.
out fires here. Last week it was blurry. My laptop was getting too hot, but we're making progress. 1% every day, making progress. So maybe in the school I'll put a picture. You could see like my laptop is now surrounded by fans to cool
Yeah.
it down. So in Thailand, it's like 95 degrees year round, 85 at night, and the humidity is super strong. So takes a lot to make this work, but as long as you're getting help out there, it's all worth it, right?
In the wintertime, I may come visit you, Vedagurudev, because in upstate New York, it can get pretty chilly, which I don't mind. I love the cool weather, but Thailand is probably nice in the wintertime.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much, I mean, I'm from Miami, Florida, so I like to call it the Miami of Asia. So it's pretty much 90 during the day, 85 at night, year round. You know, maybe give or take, it gets a little colder, but not cold for upstate New York standards, you know. I was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so I know what the winters are like. Brutal, you know. My cousin lived in Erie, Pennsylvania, which was right on the river, kind of like Buffalo, which is, ooh, man, that wind comes off that river or whatever it is, lake. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Bone chilling. So I don't miss the snow plow. I don't miss shoveling the driveway for my father to go to work when I was younger. Tropical times right now. So you're always welcome, practice being when it gets super cold in upstate New York. But I understand because that was my life from birth to up to when I was 10 years old.
Do you know where you're staying at in Thailand? What the latitude and longitude is? Like how many degrees away from the equator? Because
I'm not sure. We're pretty close to the equator. I know the equator runs through Singapore, which is about, I don't know, probably 10 latitude points less. So it's above the equator a little bit. So but it's pretty close. So
it has an effect on the circadian rhythm too, and the solar cycles, and the sun's angles on the planet, and how the human system behaves depending on where you're at on the planet. And this, of course, has to do with our physical nature, but we want the physical, the basis, the body, the foundation to be strong, so that when we elevate spiritually, we have that strong foundation, and it's unshakable, and we can still retain the body even as we elevate spiritually. That's the purpose of the hair too. Like the hair is like a cap that keeps the Shakti, the spiritual energy within the body.
Right.
Because when you have a haircut like you, the energy, it helps the energy move upward. Like you cut the branch on a tree.
True.
It wants to heal itself. The energy is the rasa, the essence in the tree, is gonna flow to that branch that you cut to heal it and repair it. So when you cut your hair in the human body, it's the same way. The energy wants to flow up, and your hair is like the roots. The human spine is like an upturned tree, where your hair is the roots and your nerves are the branches. So kind of that visual helps, like, hey, the tree of life that it refers to in the Bible, Genesis in the Bible, is me. It's the human spine.
True. Yeah, spine.
So giving you reverence to that within you, instead of looking outside of you, looking to a God in the sky, and reverence that the energy within the tree of life, as you say, within you as you right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you said earlier about soma too, right? Which is like moon energy. So every full moon and new moon in our Kriya Yoga school, we do a yagna. This is my yagna, my fire pit. Actually, Veronica, play that video so they can know what we're talking about. We have a short yagna video. So all of our members send in their requests to burn up in the fire. So every new moon and full moon, we celebrate the Soma lunar energy as much as we can. So, yeah, whenever you're ready, play the Yagna video. You'll see exactly what this is right here. Our brother Tony Koo from Sacramento, California, USA, public. Burn in the Yagna holy fire. Burn away all subconscious beliefs, programs that no longer serve me. I have no longer identified or attached to any past beliefs. Lack, unworthiness, guilt, fear, judgment, past ego, attachments, doubt, negativity, and resistance. Burning all Tony's problems in the holy Yagna fire. Jyoti, 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 Soyam, Jyoti, 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 Param, Swaha. Next. So Tony is a member in our school, and as a benefit for people who are members in our Kriya Yoga School Masterclass, they send in their problems. We burn it up in the holy Yagna fire. So every full moon and new moon, we have that ceremony celebrating the moon energy, the Soma. But we also, every morning when I do my sadhana, I sing a song. It's called the Science of Sun Worship Song, giving praise and love to the highest light, the highest Deepam, the highest Jyoti, which is the sun. Because in Kriya Yoga, we also praise the sun. So we uplift the lunar energy and the solar energy, the Ida and the Pingala, the Shiva and the Shakti. So we balance them off. So I always feel if the sun doesn't come up, we're in big trouble. So thank you, sun. You're doing the greatest job of all. I don't care how bright you are in Thailand. It's beautiful to see you. You're doing the greatest job of all, sun. I sing the glory of the sun before I do my Kriya Yoga practice, right? So we give the glory to the moon, Soma energy, and we give the glory to the sun energy too also. So I always say that if the sun doesn't come up or the moon doesn't show, then we might be in big trouble. So we need the two polarities, the Ida and the Pingala, the lunar and the solar, the Shiva and the Shakti, the masculine and the feminine, the yin and yang to balance us out. So thank you, sun. You're doing the best job of all. Thank you for coming up. If I wake up one day and the sun's not up, I might be in big trouble.
Yeah.
If the moon's not there, that's another problem. But more the sun than the moon. So I respect them all. We need both, the lunar and the solar.
Nice. Let's see. Sako Shinbutsu, awesome message. And then they say such truths. So thank you.
I'm glad it's resonate with you, all the words we're saying, me, Veronica, and Practice Being.
And then Paul has a message for Practice Being. He says, thank you. My marijuana use is light and spiritually focused. Everything else, alcohol, nicotine, are distractions, and I have limited control over. So they've got to go. Easier said than done.
They no longer serve you in the present moment, Paul. Swaha, right?
Swaha.
Burn them up in the fire. Burning all problems, nicotine and alcohol addictions in the holy fire. Jyoti, 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 Soyam, Jyoti, 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 Param. Swaha. They no longer serve you. So when you say Swaha, the god of fire is named Agni, right? And Agni accepts your offering when you say his wife's name, which is Swaha, right? So he accepts your request and he burns it all up. No longer serve you. So whatever you're going through, if you would like me to burn your problems, join our Kriya Yoga School Masterclass, which is KriyaYogaSchoolMasterclass.com. You'll see a button, join our group. Or if you want to get on a call with me, get on a call with me. It's 100% free. I'm trying to look for the opportunity to help as many people out there as possible. Like I always say, I want to have a Santa Claus list so long that I will be super undeniable to join Babaji around his yagna, his campfire, with all the ascended masters. Vedagurudev, how many people did you help? This many.
Let's see if I can do it.
Yeah, Veronica does it better than me, right? So
Yeah.
super long. Whoa. Well, I guess come and join us. Have a seat around our Yagna fire. So give me the opportunity. Whether you want to make a donation or join our school, that's up to you. But all these other things are free. Join Vedagurudev YouTube channel. Also join Practice Being YouTube channel at Practice Being. Join our 100% free Kriya Yoga School, freekriyayoga.com. And if you're really going through something and this world seems too much for you in 2025, book a call with me, 100% free, and I'll try to help you overcome or solve the problems you're going through in the present moment. Now back to the program.
Okay. I find them. There's so many. That's a good problem.
Oh, wow.
Let's see. Okay. Sandy, this is good. She says, I am grateful for the gifts that arise through the divine masculine and feminine when working in harmony, different but equally powerful energies. I'm Mataji and Babaji. I agree.
True.
Yes.
I always say that. I am Babaji and Babaji is me. I am Mataji, Mataji is me. So if you see yourself in the reflection of the Divine Mother and the Divine Father, then you're on the right path, I would definitely say, right? So if you cultivate the divine oneness, then that is the true path. We're not dualists, we're oneness, you know?
Yeah.
Babaji's not over here and I'm over here. Babaji is here and I am here. Mataji is here and I am here. So when you have that right mindset and the right perception, you're on the right path. The oneness, the divine enlightenment, you know. I am Babaji and Babaji is me. I am Mataji and Mataji is me. I am everything and everything is me. You know, I am God, God is me. I am the source and the source is me. So when you see everything inside you as you, it's like a reflection. So when I do my morning puja, I give the flame, the jyoti, to the deity, but it's really reflecting the deity back on me. So it's not like the deity is over there and I am over here. It's I am the deity and the deity is me. So it's basically like looking at myself in the mirror, reflecting the deity's energy, the deity Shakti inside me as me. So I always think that is a beautiful perception. Like I am embracing the wholeness of Babaji every time I'm doing the sadhana, as along with everybody else, right? So I said before, one time Veronica asked me, are you lonely on the path of Kriya Yoga? I said, how can I be lonely? There's so many deities inside me as me. I don't know how we all fit in this small physical meat suit. So I always like to have that perception. You can never walk alone on the Kriya Yoga path. There's too many ascended masters and spiritual guides and enlightened beings, light beings, and on and on and on. So,
yeah.
It's a full house every day.
Gotta tiptoe around them.
I don't, yeah, I'm like, I feel like this, like, how can we all fit in here?
Here's an interesting question. So for whoever wants to reply, I have a problem doing nothing. As Vedagurudev says, I've become a master of distractions, meditating, although it's something that feels like I'm doing nothing.
So yeah, I would say if you become a master distraction, my guru used to say, Vedagurudev, you become a master distraction. I go, what do you mean, Baba? He goes, your whole life you collected all these distractions, all these things that don't really serve you. Throw them all away and go back to zero, where you're a pure soul, right? Where you're an innocent soul, where you just enjoyed being happy and playing in the sun. So the first process of Kriya Yoga the thing you learn day one on initiation is called Sudi. Sudi means purification. It means cleansing, right? So you basically go through the process of, I am not my bank account. I am not my car. I am not my house. I am not my country. I am not my football team. I am not my basketball team. I am not my flag. I am not my religion. I am not none of this. So you start to become the detached witness, and you start to begin to see that these distractions that you're holding on to don't serve you in the present moment. So you start to shed them. And the practice we do in Kriya Yoga is called Sudi. Basically, if a thought comes into your head while you're trying to meditate, you detach, let go. So you're basically cleaning your temple. You're cleaning your house. You're becoming the detached witness. You don't attach to any thought. You don't try to make sense of any thought. You just let it pass, like clouds in the sky, water under the bridge. Detach, let go. So I wonder what Kim Kardashian's going to wear to the Grammys. Doesn't serve me. Detach, let go. I wonder who's going to win the NBA Finals. Detach, let go. I wonder what President Trump is going to eat for dinner. Detach, let go. I wonder how many bombs dropped on Iran today. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. You go through the whole process. It might take a while in the beginning because there's a lot of distractions you have built up. Once you have no distractions, then you're clear to go in meditation. Nothing else? Okay, I'm empty. My house is clean. I'm ready to align with the pillar of light, the divine connection. And then you just go inside you as you, and you have an empty meeting alone with God. I like to say sunbathing in the grace of God. So in the beginning, you just sit and be alone with yourself, like have a meeting, having tea with yourself, which is a beautiful process. As you cultivate this and get it more enhanced and you get more aligned, then it becomes more of a higher vibrational thing. And you start to see pre-signs of samadhi, but you need to clean your house first before you could get to the higher states. Let's say that. But if I could do it, you could do it. Believe me, when I started meditating on the path of Kriya Yoga, I had terrible thoughts. I had terrible dreams. My ego was a war every night with me and my ego, but it gets better. But keep one foot in front of the other, keep going down the path, and you'll keep clearing yourself out where these distractions no longer serve you and no longer affect you. And you could burn them up, detach, let them go. We have millions of techniques. Almost all of our techniques are this, right? Because if your monkey mind or your mental clutter is strong, you're going to have a hard time meditating. So the first thing you need to do is clean your house. My guru used to say, go down to your basement, open all the windows, clear out all the dust. You have a bunch of boxes blocking your door to God. Throw them all away. They don't serve you. Throw all this junk you're holding on to. It no longer serves you. So you begin to start having the mindset that these distractions you're holding on to do not serve you. And then when you get clear, then you have a more dynamic and profound meditation. So this would be my opinion to clear out your restless mind or your monkey mind. But I'm under no illusion. It's hard in the beginning, right? So when most people say they can't meditate, you can meditate. You just got to do the process of cleaning your house first, So if I could do it, you could do it. Because my mind, I was totally lost in the sauce. I was totally attached to my ego identity, whatever it was. If I'm no super enlightened being, I'm just like you. When I see you, I see myself as a reflection. So if I could do it, you definitely could do it. Just takes a little bit of practice. Easiest way to do is sit on the side of your bed right when you wake up. Calm your mind, still your mind. Thoughts come into your mind. Just detach, let them go. Detach, let them go. Detach, let them go. Till there's no thoughts. And you'll be clear for the rest of the day. So that is my opinion. If you have a restless monkey mind, a mental clutter, do the process of Sudi, clearing it out. And if you need help in our free Kriya Yoga School, we have techniques to help you with this. If you want more profound or advanced techniques, we have millions of them in our Kriya Yoga School. But up to you, you know. Or also subscribe, Vedagurudev, 2 daily videos on Kriya Yoga, motivational videos. So we got you covered no matter what it is, right? Or subscribe to Practice Beings channel also. Yeah. He has very motivational videos. So rising tides lift all boats. We have something for you no matter where you are in your spiritual journey. Join the YouTube channel. Join our free Kriya Yoga School. If you really feel distracted, I went on a call the other day. I won't say the person's name because they might be watching. They said, Vedagurudev, I do not want to infect you with my lower energy. Oh. I said, if you can affect me with your lower energy, I need to do more work, right? So I try to be a lighthouse, a beacon of light where whatever you're going through, I'm untouched, unaffected by your energy. We're going to dissolve your lower emotions. And I'm going to go with you in the fire as long as it takes. And I'm not scared of your infectious lower energy at all. I welcome the challenge. I welcome the opportunity. So whatever you're going through, do not be shy. Do not be scared. Let's get you help right now in the present moment. And let's be the best yogis we could be, you know? So if you're willing to get help, I'm willing to help you. So all 3 of these are free. If you want to join our paid school or not, that's up to you. But we're helping people regardless, money or not.
Yes.
So I thought that was funny. He was like, I don't want to affect you with my lower energy, my negative energy. I was like, I'm open to the challenge.
That's very thoughtful. I wish more people were like that.
If you have lower energy, I want to fight it, you know? Give me the opportunity, you know? This is not my first day at class, my first day at the rodeo. I'm looking to ride the bull wherever it is, right? If I say in previous satsangs, I said, I'm looking for the devil so I could kick him in his ass. So if you got the devil at your house, let me in so we could go to war. I hold up the white flag. I'm looking for the black flag wherever it's hiding. So give me the opportunity to stand on the front line with the white flag, you know? Yeah. I want to be the first one. I want to be on the front line. So I'm looking for negative energy. If you got negative energy, I'm looking for it. Let's get rid of it. Let's burn it up. Let's dissolve it. Let's solve it. Let's overcome it. However we do. I'm looking for the opportunity.
I've been thinking that discipline's like a form of self-love, like it's a spiritual thing that we have to have discipline for ourselves. Like I'm doing these things because they're good for me and I want to do them, not because I have to. And just having the discipline to just, you know, do my sadhana every day and then seeing the results of it. And it's not like I have to, I want to. And like if I miss a day, you know, tomorrow's a new day and I'll just keep going. But
yeah, when you want to make your Kriya Yoga practice so blissful and enjoyable that you jump out of bed in the morning. I jump out of bed and say, whoo, thank you, God. Another day to do my Kriya Yoga sadhana. What a true blessing it is. Oh, my God. The sun's up. The birds, the trees, the nature is so vivid. I can't wait to get out there and anchor myself and ground myself in my Kriya Yoga practice. So it's not like exercise or a chore or something strenuous. It should be a blissful process. You should breathe into whatever you do. And when you align yourself with your inner divinity, your breath becomes alignment in your Sushumna Nadi. It just becomes such a beautiful alchemic process, you know? I know on here we use a lot of big words, but Kriya Yoga is for anybody, you know? Anybody could do it. If wherever you're at on your spiritual journey, we have some Kriyas that you could do, you know? If you're brand new to Kriya Yoga, start at the free Kriya Yoga School. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to Practice Being. We have inspirational videos every day, right? And if you want more and you like how Kriya Yoga makes you feel, then you join our paid school. But get the right mindset, get the right framework, get some tools to integrate into your daily life that anybody can do, and you'll be on your way. So
yes,
when people tell me I can't do Kriya Yoga, I say we're Americans, not Americans.
Yeah.
What can't we do? So you change your mindset, you know. Some people can't do the advanced asanas, perfectly fine. I couldn't do it when I started out either. Probably the last thing I learned was asanas, you know. I looked at the asanas, I was just like you, like, no way can I do the full wheel pose. No way can I do the plow pose. My feet do not go over my head and touch the floor. It just doesn't happen. I said the same thing. But if I could do it, you could do it. So Kriya Yoga is for everybody. If the asanas hurt you, you always want to be in a state of peace, comfort, and relaxation. So anytime you feel pain, it's blocking the flow of prana, it's blocking the flow of shakti. So whatever, go to something you can do. You can do breath work, you can meditate. There's a lot of stuff. There's some asanas you could do. A lot of people like Shavasana, the corpse pose. Lie on your back, spread your arms and your legs, and just relax deeply. Anybody could do it. So, yeah, whatever you could do, we will craft individualized, a personalized Kriya Yoga practice that works for you. So anybody could do it. Let's get help right now today. I think I told Practice Being on our interview yesterday, the best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. Let's get help today. Let's get you some tools so you can navigate this crazy, chaotic, Maya delusional world and be the best person you could be. But wake up with a smile on your face, jump out of bed. Kriya Yoga is a beautiful practice, and you shouldn't be scared of it at all. It's lovely.
Yes. Paul is being funny and witty. So he's like, I need to practice just being. LOL.
Yeah,
And that is perfectly great.
The other guy was talking about meditation and how he feels like he's doing nothing. Well, there's, like you just said, the corpse pose. There's lying meditation. There's walking meditation, sitting meditation, standing meditation, meditation while you're working, or as you said, while you're washing dishes. Or so it's not doing nothing. Of course, that's part of it. It's simply sit and be silent and still in the present moment. However, that carries with you through every activity. So a lot of people may have this preconceived notion of what meditation is, and you have to be just completely still and unmoving like Shiva for 7 days. And it takes a lot to get to that point. You're not going to be Shiva right off the bat. So start off with, a few minutes. Go with, the point is to focus your attention, your awareness inwardly, and then that carries with you through every activity, even in a work environment. Veronica was mentioned earlier, one of her first questions about how she used to work and feel unsafe because guys are, a lot of guys nowadays are projecting their inner feminine, their divine feminine on women outside of them and objectifying people. And what seeing their attention does, celibacy does, it creates an aura of protection and safety around you, and people sense that security, and there's never any feelings of danger or uneasiness or anxiety or worry around people that are committed to Kriya Yoga or celibacy and their spiritual journey, and they have that aura of protection and safety around them. So they don't have that, on modern lingo, that creep energy. That guy, dogs and cats and babies, if they react around somebody, that's telling you something, because they're very in tune and sensitive, and we want this spiritual sensitivity to be alive within us. And so here I am again getting off on tangents, but it's basically meditation is it doesn't have to be just doing nothing. It's while you're acting too. And the whole point is to get rid of the feeling, get rid of the thought that I as a person am the doer. When you get rid of the thought that I am the doer, then everything just kind of flows effortlessly and naturally. And even effort, even intense physical activity, that is still kind of effortless. Even your sadhana, which can be very intense, and at the same time, it's effortless because you have the ojas built up within you, and therefore there's that ease. And Vedagurudev says you never want to feel discomfort or pain or what. Well, I agree with that to some extent, but also from my experience, not to contradict what you're saying, but there is times where I intentionally get out of my comfort zone. Like I said, live in upstate New York, and there's times in the wintertime, there's a creek across the way, and the creek gets extremely cold in the wintertime. I'll still hop in there. I'll do things intentionally to break out of the comfort zone, just to kind of push myself and maybe even go to certain extremes, just to keep myself living on the edge, and to make sure that I'm growing and not stagnating, and getting too comfortable with the process. Because yes, it brings you a lot of comfort and ease and peace, your daily spiritual practice, but you want to make sure at the same time you're growing too, and not stagnating, and not kind of just getting in the same routine every day. And that's why also you said that you have a variety of kriyas. Personally, me, I love simplicity, and I've been doing the same kriya every day for a long time now, but I'm definitely gonna look into some of the kriyas that you have to offer to kind of branch out and include that variety, because that's important. There's not a lot of people out here that are actually practicing what they're preaching. Not a lot of Kriya yogis that are actually putting themselves out here. Hey, I'm available. I'm open. I'm open to answer all your questions 24/7. Because the truth is, when you're in higher states of consciousness, there's so much bliss that, again, it can be a challenge to kind of come down and come full circle, so to say, to bring that to the world. So that's definitely needed nowadays. And like what you say, the Maya delusional world, where a lot of people are stuck in it. And we were too at one point. So we're not better than we. We're on here simply relating to you, saying, hey, I've been there too. Whatever I can do, you can do. There's no hierarchy here. Of course, we use the word levels because there is different levels. We say levels, different frequencies, different states of awareness. Now, that's very obvious, but that doesn't mean that one up here is better than one that's down here. We're all in this together. There's that divine oneness. It's one spectrum. There's different points along the spectrum. There's different points along our spiritual journey, but ultimately, everything is one. So when you have that divine connection and that divine sense of oneness, when you see that really there is no within and without, when you open your eyes, everything is within you, as you said, Vedagurudev. When you're offering yourself to that deity in the morning, it's you're doing it outwardly, but really it's reflected within you as you. And so you're honoring that, maybe that statue or whatever, signifying the Shakti, the divine energy that is already within you. And you're honoring that by worshiping. Worshiping affects the worshiper. So the more deeply you feel and worship something, you're benefiting from that. Because you're worshiping yourself, really, when it comes down to it.
Yeah, well put. How long have we been on here now?
2 hours and 3 minutes. So.
Oh, okay.
It feels like 2 minutes.
Let me stretch my feet.
Yeah. Windshield wipers.
Windshield wipers, big toes touching, big toes apart. How many questions do we have building up?
There's like 20 of them here.
Whoa! All right, let's get back to work. Yeah, if you have a question, please put it on the YouTube chat. We're gonna answer all questions. know we've been going on a tangent a little bit, but we'll try to get them out.
That's all
quicker.
good.
It happens, you know, when you get that stream of consciousness,
Yeah, like
you
feel that
you let
click.
it grow. You let it roll. All right, let's get to the next one.
What is your experience with Akashic records? I was given a key a few weeks ago in meditation.
My experience with Akashic records, I would say, I more call it like a stream of consciousness, or I say I'm delivering Babaji's mail. So I don't define it as Akashic records. I open my crown chakra and the stream of consciousness, the pillar of light hits me, and I take no credit for anything I say. I give all the glory to Babaji or whatever astral being is connecting with me. So I'm just delivering the mail. I say Babaji's driving my car. I'm just watching him drive my body around. So if you want to call that Akashic records, I guess, but I never been to the Akashic records. Whatever comes to me, that's what I say. So I like to say I'm delivering Babaji's mail. So I take no credit for any of these things I'm saying. I give all the glory to Babaji or whatever deity who's making the divine connection. So if you have a key to Akashic records, use it wisely, my friend, you know. But in Kriya Yoga, we mostly align ourselves and unblock our 7 chakras and let our Kundalini awaken, so we have a divine connection. We're tuned into the radio signal on the dial. There's no distractions. There's no static on our signal. We're divinely aligned with the pillar of light. So I guess I'm getting my information that way, you know. Maybe it's Akashic records. Maybe it's a divine inspiration. Maybe it's my inner self. Who knows, you know? But if you have a key to our Akashic records, go in there and see what it says and let me know. I more have a divine connection, I like to say, you know. So I just align myself and center myself with through my middle track, my spine, my Sushumna Nadi, and the radio antenna picks up the signal. So all the glory to Babaji or whatever deity you think aligns with me.
I don't know if this is similar to you, Vedagurudev, but I feel like as I go along on this path, there's just like this inner knowing, like I know things that I shouldn't know, and it feels like deja vu sometimes. It just feels like
every single day, like almost every question on this Satsang, I'm gonna watch this back and I'll be like, I don't even know where that came from.
Yeah,
you know, I just say comes from a higher state, and I try to align myself and center myself as best as I can to receive the message, right? Like Babaji gives me the message, I deliver the mail. So something like that. But I take no credit for any of these things I've done on this path of Kriya Yoga. So I don't know where any of it comes from, to be honest with you. Like every single class, every single satsang, I watch it back and say, that was pretty profound. I don't know where that comes from. I don't say profound things like that. You know, how would I know that? Or where did that come from? And, you know, stuff like that. You know, it just on this satsang, I don't have a script. I don't know anything I'm going to say. I just come on here and I get divinely inspired, and whatever comes out, that's what comes out. So I give all the glory to Babaji or the spirit guides or the ascended masters or whoever's tuning into my signal. They're doing the greatest job. They're doing the heavy lifting. I'm just witnessing them do the heavy lifting. So give all the glory to them. You know, I take no credit for this. You know, a lot of gurus take this too seriously. They say, oh, I know this and I know that. And, you know, I don't want to be one of those guys. I'm just like you. Don't put me on a pedestal. I'm not higher than you. I've just done some inner work. I'm here answering questions as best as I can, and I'm just like you. So if I could do it, you could do it. So if you resonate with what I'm saying and you need help, then let's get you help. There's all this on the screen right now. Do one of those, do all of them, whatever. So let's get you help. But I want no one to feel that I'm better than anybody, that I'm on a higher plane. I'm just like you, you know. I'm just doing the inner work. That's it. I'm no better than anybody else. I'm nobody special. I'm just answering questions as best as I can, you know. So if I could do it, you could do it way better than me. I'm no yogic success story, you know. I'm the most unlikely yogi ever, but I've been where you've been. I treated my body like an amusement park. I probably did all the wrong things you could possibly do on in my ego self before I got on the path of Kriya Yoga. So if I could pivot and make a U-turn, then you could definitely pivot and make a U-turn also. So let's get to work. Let's plant that tree today.
Perfect. Vedagurudev, Andromeda says, Vedagurudev, I also want to say thank you for the message you channeled in for me from Babaji that Paul gave me a couple of days ago. Very profound and touching. Oh, beautiful.
No problem. My pleasure. Like I said, I'm Babaji's mailman. So all the glory to Babaji. He says all the right things. I'm just a crude mailman who delivers it, basically. But yeah, that's another perfect example. I don't know where that message came from. I don't know how I got that message. I just started typing, and that's what came out. So I'm glad you could be inspired by that, and I'm glad I could help uplift you. And whatever you're going through in the present moment, it could put a smile on your face, let's say, which is sometimes the best gift of all. So all the glory to Babaji. He's driving my car. I'm just witnessing him. I'm just delivering Babaji's mail. So I saw Paul that said, I'm Babaji's mailman. So even Paul is feeling the vibration. So you got many mailmans. I deliver it to Paul. Paul delivers it to you, and it gets to the right place.
Yes. Sandy's our cheerleader too. She says, please remember to like and subscribe and welcome 19 people.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Smash that like
the record
button for Vedagurudev. Smash it. And then she has all these phones. So call, what's up? Like,
yeah. So thank you for that vote of confidence. Subscribe to my channel right there at Vedagurudev. Subscribe to Practice Being's channel at Practice Being. Discover the secrets of Kriya Yoga, 100% free, freekriyayoga.com. We're not going to try to sell you anything. It's 100% free. Join our group. Inspirational, motivational videos every day. Yeah, all that. If you need help, you're going through something in the present moment, and you need somebody to talk to, I'm here to help. 100% free. Book a call. KriyaYogaMasterclass.com. I will go on a call with you, and we'll try to solve your problems. If you like the value, if you like what we're doing here at the Kriya Yoga School, and you want some advanced techniques, hundreds, join our Kriya Yoga School Masterclass, which is also there. Click on the red button, KriyaYogaMasterclass.com, and it will take you right to the school. Join our school, and yeah. And if you need to book a call, click on the red button. It says book a call on Kriya Yoga Masterclass. A calendar will open up. You pick your date and your time, and you'll see me live in person. I like when I go on these calls, they say, oh, it's you. It's Vedagurudev. It's me. It's not AI. It's not a robot. It's me live in the flesh, helping you overcome your problems. So we will walk this spiritual journey together, hand in hand, right? No yogi or yogini left behind.
Yeah. Sandy says intention is everything. Totally agree.
Intention, sankalpa is everything. So you always put your sankalpa, your intention on everything you do, and you can never go wrong.
And Andromeda, Mariana, I think she's talking about you, practice being. She says, the gentleman is right. Magic mushrooms connect you with the nature and divine. I did it in the hammock in the forest, and it was magical. I also had a water spirit take over my body for a short while. Cool.
Yeah, cool.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, whatever you could do to uplift yourself and get you into a blissful state where you're easily connected and easily aligned with deities, water spirits. Yeah, why not? Just do it in moderation, or don't be a slave to mushrooms. Like if you do it too much, maybe it's not such a good thing. But use your own discernment, your own discrimination. No one knows your body better than you, so you would know what's best for you. So use it at your own discretion.
Not enough can really be said about how powerful and healing water is. Simply pure water.
True.
Going out in nature and letting the water from a creek or a waterfall or even still water flow over you and wash, and it's so refreshing and purifying and invigorating and joyful. You carry that joyful energy with you, and once that water spirit touches you, it's always with you. So I make that comment to say that it's the same as once you experience higher states of consciousness, they never leave you. Once you touch love, there's a quote sitting next to me. I write stuff, all the time, always writing, thinking, meditating, and it says right here, a single moment of love is equal to the whole eternity of love. So just that single moment, that single connection with the water spirit, that stays with you indefinitely. And once you make that connection, it carries with you and compounds on your spiritual journey. So and simply giving reverence to the water, again, how you treat it. Water carries memory on a molecular level. Simply the attention you give it, the feeling, the bhakti you give to it when you worship it and take that, ingest that within you. It affects every cell in your body, and it purifies you from within. So definitely honor water and recognize how powerful it is, because it helps you remain humble too. When that water element with the divine feminine is alive within you, there's that natural humility and a willingness to surrender and submit to the master, to the guru, who, just that simple willingness is very powerful. Just the intention to give yourself as an offering. Every action is an offering. Everything I do is an offering. And I'm simply a humble vehicle, a vessel, as you say, delivering the mail as a channel. I don't take any credit for this. And that is obvious when the water element, your sacral chakra, is open and powerful and flowing within you.
Well said.
And then Andromeda says she has about her experience. I have no idea who it was, but she was smiling and I was smiling, but it wasn't me. And she poured water on top of my head and my whole body. All I know is it was female energy. Wow.
Nice. The bathing with the Divine Mother. It sounds like a beautiful thing, right? Female Shakti energy pouring water over you, bathing you. Like in Kriya Yoga, they have these ritual practices, and one of them is called Abhishekam, which is basically pouring water over the Shiva Lingam or the statue of the deity. You pour milk, you pour honey, you pour water, you put rice over them, you put turmeric over them, kind of cooling them down. And water is a powerful thing, and offering that water and cooling the deity is a powerful thing, like Shiva has too much energy, right? He gets hot, right? Cool him down, right? When he drank the poison from the ocean, Parvati put her hands on his throat chakra, his Vasuddhi, cooled him down, right? Cool him down. So there is all these cooling water symbolism, and water is probably the best thing you could do. Like, I mean, just thinking about it, the lake in the Himalayan mountains, Satupal Lake, was super cold. I don't even know how it wasn't ice, but once I got in, it was so blissful experience to feel that cold water flowing off over your body, and the mantra japa, thousands of millions of ohms that have been said at that lake over thousands of years, and it was just a blissful thing. And I talked about in a satsang before, your body is mostly water. So your water and your body is listening. So you should always talk highly to your water and create beautiful shapes in your body. Speak ugly to your body, you create ugly shapes, right? So the way to heal yourself is to always uplift yourself no matter what. Always talk nice to your inner self, because your water in your body is always listening. So no matter what happens, always talk uplifting to your body. And that's another way to heal yourself, by speaking positively, charging the molecules in your water in your body, uplifting your body. So yeah, water in your body, I mean, I can't think of anything better than that. Your water connects to the water in the ocean, the lake, the river, the creek, and once you experience the water in your body connecting with the water in the body of water you're in, then what is better than that? That is a blissful divine union. Water connecting with water.
Yeah. And then Cindy she says that mushrooms kicked off her spiritual awakening. But they can.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's just she said, but they can upset my tummy. That is why I haven't had them in a few years.
Some people need that. I mean, I can tell you in my personal experience, I needed that kick in the ass from Babaji to wake me out of my Maya delusion. If mushrooms are that for you, then why not? Just use in moderation. Some people need that external source to block the curtain of Maya delusion, to open it, to overcome it, I know when I started on the path of Kriya Yoga, I needed it 100%. My ego, my delusion was so high, I needed Babaji to send his lightning bolt from the astral plane to hit the crown of my head to explode my ego as much as possible. So I was sweating. I was crying like a baby. I don't know. I was just exhausting all my blockages of resistance and obstacles all at once. But yeah, some people, they need that spiritual experience, that spiritual awakening. Maybe mushrooms work for you, or maybe ayahuasca you need, or maybe you don't. I would use your own discrimination and discernment, because no one knows your body better than you do. You are the king of your castle, so you know what works best for you. Maybe you need mushrooms. Maybe you could rise your kundalini internally without external sources. Or maybe you're so distracted, you're so blocked up from years of distractions, obstacles, and resistance and blockages. You need that. You need to jump the battery in your car, I know I definitely needed to jump start the battery in my car. I was totally lost in the sauce. So I speak from a place from experience, right? I'm not just one of these yogis sitting on a cloud like I've never been there. I've been there, right? I've been there more or maybe less, but I definitely needed that lightning bolt to hit my crown chakra, because I was having too much fun in my ego body. I was treating my body like an amusement park. So some people need that external jump start. Some people do the inner work. So you decide which works best for you and use your own discernment.
Andromeda has an experience she did with psilocybin, but it's like 4 comments. I'll just go through it.
Okay.
I put dry psilocybin 3 grams grinded in just 355 milligrams of hot water and a bunch of organic lemon juice squeezed into the cup and just drink it as tea. 15 minutes and you're out. Lemon makes it easier on the stomach. I almost vomited, but it was just air, thank God. It was a strong nausea though, but it was the weirdest thing. As soon as I vomited air, all of a sudden it stopped abruptly. And then when I thought I would vomit, the whole forest went dark and quiet. The sun disappeared, but it was all a vision. Also, I could look at the sun directly, and it wasn't even bright for me. No sunglasses. Didn't bother me at all. I was worried I would go blind, LOL, but actually my vision became sharper after ceremony. So that is quite a trip.
Sun gazing is actually a very powerful practice, and that goes back to the ancients. And something I practice whenever the sun is out, optimally during sunrise and sunset. You don't want to look at the sun midday when it's at its peak. That it may do some damage, but really, there's no point in the day where I can't look directly. Like you said, we're Americans. I don't want to limit myself with a can't. I can really look at the sun anytime, and the body is very adaptive and extremely resilient, and it's really only subject to what you hold in mind, what you believe mentally, because the mind has more. The body's just following along what the mind's telling it, right? So whatever beliefs you have about it, it's going to follow suit. So a lot of people may believe, oh, looking at the sun is going to do damage to my eyes. But believe me when I tell you, because I've been doing it for years now, sun gazing, it helps open up the pineal gland. And it is very powerful, because in the Bhagavad Gita, for example, it says the sun is symbolic of the Lord's eye. The Lord's eye. Like you said, the sun doesn't rise, we're all in for trouble. So giving it that worship, realizing that, hey, there's a sun within me too. My solar plexus, my maintenance center within me, that fire, that divine masculine energy, which sadhana can help stimulate. We want it to be in balance again, but the outer reflection, the sun in the sky, is very powerful to reverence and worship and give attention to and honor, and realize that it's the divine reflection of the sun that's already within you.
Yeah. Paul, he's saying we need to mix this up with some Chad stuff, so get ready. He wants to know, is the moon a space station inhabited by reptilians bent on the enslavement of mankind? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea also, The moon gives me so much energy, so I like the moon. Are there aliens in there lighting it up or using it as a space station? Beyond my comprehension. I have no idea. Maybe, could be, but in my perception, it all comes down to if you don't see an alien outside your house in the present moment, then it's some cool ghost stories to entertain you, but doesn't really affect you in the present moment. So I don't know.
Yeah,
sounds like a good movie. Like aliens are making the moon hollow, and that's their space station. Could be. I don't know. I've never visited the moon, or I've never really pondered that or contemplated on that.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of stories.
If you find the answer, Paul, please let me know, or some proof or evidence, and try to bring it to light here on the Kriya Yoga Satsang.
Mariana says, and if the moon is even a physical object to land on, haha, there are theories. So yes, lots of theories.
Yeah. So for the people that don't know, last year my partner in the Kriya Yoga School was this guy named Chad. He had this channel called Open Your Reality, where he investigated these things, or he made videos on these type of things. So he was more knowledgeable about that. I was more on the Kriya Yoga path, but yeah, he had a bunch of videos like there's a firmament over the earth and you can't go to the moon. So maybe the moon isn't real. It's fake. It's psyop. I don't know. I try not to get too attached to it. You know, I like hearing these stories, but I'm more of a present moment yogi. Like my guru used to say, the future is imagination. The past is just memory. We stay anchored and fixed in the present moment. So if I stick my head out my window and I look up and I don't see no aliens and I don't see no hollow moon, it's a good story to talk about around the campfire. But I'm more focused on doing my inner work. So is the moon real? Is the moon a space station for aliens? How would I know? It just depends, you know. If don't get too attached to it. My guru used to say, don't get attached to the stories, get attached to the meaning, or, you know, or write your own story. So if this really doesn't uplift you and do your inner work for you, it's a cool ghost story when you have some spare time, but you don't get attached to the meaning or the outcome or go down that rabbit hole. Just kind of witness it as a detached witness. Probably the best way, you know.
Yeah.
So more focus on your inner work. If you have a couple moments for some mind candy, then watch the NBA finals, look at the Grammys, look at hollow moon or space stations, or, you know, what is the Tic Tac? Did Eisenhower meet with the aliens? I mean, it's endless out there.
Yeah.
But
another
enjoy the
distraction.
movie. Get your popcorn, watch the show. Don't get attached to the movie. Be the witness of the movie, you know? Don't think you're an actor in the movie. That's when you start going down that rabbit hole and start identifying with it. Don't identify with the movie. Just get your popcorn at a distance, watch it, say, oh, that's interesting. Look at the aliens. They got a space station on the, you know, moon. Who knew? I used to watch Chad's videos like that. Sun over here, sun over here. Two suns. Who knew? Back to my sadna. Two suns, 1 million sun. Sadness still stays the same, right? Doing the inner work. Just clouds passing in the sky, water under the bridge. Some pictures on your phone or on your computer. Don't get attached to it. Just let them pass.
Andromeda asks if I could send her the link to Vedaguru's interview with Brandon, or I think Practice Being, but they're both on the school, right? And on your YouTube channel.
On my YouTube channel, they're both in live. I don't think Brendan's is live because we did it different because he's not connected to the StreamYard. So I'll send them both to you, like
Okay.
after I get off this Satsang. So she wants Brendan's interview and she wants Practice Being.
Well, she
interview.
says Brendan, but I think she means Practice Being. But I would just give her both of them.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you both of them.
They're both excellent interviews.
Yeah, pretty profound.
Yeah.
Surprise myself the
Yeah.
words that come out my mouth, but I take no credit for it.
Yeah,
Just delivering the mail. Delivering the mail.
I don't something you talked about a little bit. Practice Being was human touch, something that we absorb. Like some human touch feels good and some doesn't. Like we have to be careful of like where I don't know. I'm very leery about people touching me because it's like I can like feel if it's good or bad. But I was thinking like the effect of like sex workers, like that's got to have a lot of effect on them. Like this isn't like a good touch. So I just wonder like the long-term effects on like, I don't know, something that I don't know. Like I want touches that feel good. So I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about that can't be good for you, for your soul.
There's the concept that I mentioned of Runadabandha, which is essentially in Indian tradition, they teach it. And it's, whether you shake hands with somebody, you hug somebody, any physical touch, there's an energetic transmission.
Yeah.
But of course, if you have an intimate relationship with somebody coming together sexually, that leaves a more profound, deep memory. So that memory is a lot longer lasting in your physical system. And in order to sit in meditation and be completely at ease in the present moment, at peace, in bliss, if the body's memory, if it's too complicated, if you're always touching people and if you have a lot of sexual partners and you don't take your energy seriously and you're just out there having one night stands and shaking hands with everybody, that's why in India they bow, namaste. You don't necessarily know what kind of energy that person is carrying. And we could say the devil has many ways to try to get to you, to tempt you when you're on the spiritual path. And it's not that person has a bad intention, but there could be certain energies within that person that are trying to feed off your energy. Because when you're on the spiritual path, in the spiritual realms, and you're a bright, shining light. And so certain energies inhabiting other people may try to feed off you, extract the energy from you, right? Not that person's trying to do it, but something within them that they may not even be conscious of, and this is getting into some, we could say, spooky stuff. Part of Jesus's message talked about demons, demonic energies, and when you're at a higher frequency, you don't have to worry about these things because simply by your existence, you're purifying the environment. You're purifying these energies around you.
True.
But like say shaking hands, for example, if you shake hands with somebody, ideally you want to shake both hands because it's making the circuit complete. Always think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And we don't necessarily know who was strange. You can kind of tell just by observing them. You don't judge a book by its appearance, but when you're spiritually awake, you perceive essence. So you can almost, you feel somebody, you feel their energy. And so you don't necessarily want to shake hands with everybody. But, if something within tells you to hug somebody, like this person could use a hug.
Yeah.
Give that freely, because that could just be what they need to change their whole day. Who knows? That somebody could be off to commit suicide, to hang themselves, and simply a smile is simply I do this to everybody, even serving at a restaurant. I'm always bowing to people. They teach you in training not to be careful with pronouns nowadays because everybody's so sensitive and they might identify as a male or a female, or they may be transgender. I don't worry about none of that. I say brother and sister to everybody. I bow to everybody, and I've had no complaints so far. I get great tips, and because I have that intention of serving them Shakti, spiritual energy, and that's what I'm here to do, to uplift the environment wherever I am, and therefore I'm not affected by lower energies. And even if I do share that physical touch with somebody, going back to what we were talking about, water, I'm always purifying with water. Every day, have the cold shower. Now, at first, there was resistance. I didn't want to take cold showers. I was comfortable, but I overcame that, and now I look forward to the cold showers, multiple cold showers a day, hopping in the creek, going to the water, or any body of water. It's very powerful, and it helps purify that Runadabandha, that the energy that you may have picked up from an environment that you were in, or making physical contact with somebody. It helps you maintain your individuality, and it's definitely a good concept to be aware of, the rune on abundance. Say it again, because it's, especially when it comes to sexual relationships, which like as Vedagurudev says, in this Maya delusional world, a lot of people are not taking it seriously. Just sleeping with anybody and everybody, using their sexual energy recklessly. And we want to understand, when you connect with somebody intimately in that way, it leaves a lasting impression. And I mentioned earlier in today's interview the concept of soul ties. There's a short video on my YouTube channel that mentions soul ties, and it's something to be aware of and to take very seriously, because we're given this body to elevate spiritually, not to indulge in sensuality and fleshly desires. So if you're coming together with somebody in that way, it's about the intention. Why are you coming together? As far as I'm concerned, the only reason to have sex is to conceive children. That's the only purpose. When you think with your masculine, when your masculine is not overridden by feeling and the feminine and the Eve within you, when your purpose is on point, when your focus is on point, and you see clearly and your reason is operating and fully functioning, you see that really the only reason to have sex is to conceive children. It's not to to stimulate your senses, because that's temporary. I say that sex is a temporary nerve tickling. That's all it is. It's tickling your nerves for a few moments. Hey, maybe a few hours at best. Nobody's having sex for days, and even if they were, it's still temporary. What is that in the context of eternity? I'm always thinking of what's eternal. Aligning, I choose the eternal, because our daily choices with our free will, we're given free will and infinite potential, and there's always room for growth. And every choice we make makes a difference, and it builds up and compounds within us when we choose the eternal, when we choose God and choose eternity, and realize that anything, any desire that is pleasurable for the body is temporary. There's nothing wrong with it. We can sit down and offer food and enjoy it, thoroughly enjoy it, but it's an offering. We're not enslaved to it. We can go without it. That's why it's good to practice fasting, just to prove to ourselves that, hey, I can go without this. The source of existence within me is not dependent on this. Yes, this is nourishing me. It's gratifying the physical body, but I'm not dependent on it. I can enjoy it, but at the same time not be enslaved to it. And there I go again, getting off on a little tangent. But when the spirit wants to,
you get divine inspiration.
It just does.
Yeah, and I always say, my guru used to say, we only talk to people that could hear what we're saying. So you want to share your energy with people who deserve it. One of the most profound things in Kriya Yoga is Shakti Path, where you're transmuting your energy. And you want to give your energy wholeheartedly to somebody who's ready to receive it. You don't want to send your energy to a wall. You're wasting your energy, You want to send people that can use your energy, collect it, and enhance it or cultivate it, and make your energy more higher and be uplifted by your energy. So you always want to touch and transmute your energy to people who can hear what you're saying, who deserve your energy, let's say, who are not going to waste your energy. So always use your energy wisely.
Yeah, I wonder, I don't know, love is the solution to most problems. And I was thinking, where there is love, there is God. But I agree with what you said, Vedagurudev. You give your love to the people that are ready to receive it. Yeah, and sometimes go ahead.
Even your enemies too. Love everybody unconditionally. There's
true.
no there's no personal need, personal identity to decide who to love and who not to love, because heck, as far as I'm concerned, I see all of humanity as my family. And I see the bum on the street. I love the bum on the street just as much as I love my mother.
Right.
And because that's really seeing the world with a childlike innocence and with a certain purity, because the child, he casts no judgments. The child, the baby, she casts no judgments. They don't even see themselves as a he or she. They're simply that pure, unconditional awareness that is curious and observing the world around. They still have that sense of wonder that we talked about earlier in this interview, looking up in the sky. What's all this about? Like they haven't drawn any conclusions yet. They haven't decided, hey, this person deserves my love and that one doesn't. And
yeah,
I understand what you're saying. Like it says in the Bible, don't cast your pearls before swine. Like if you're just gonna, if what you're saying, if they're not gonna receive it with an open heart and they're not gonna appreciate the value of it, then save your breath, save your Shakti, save your energy.
Right.
But at the same time, when it comes to loving everybody unconditionally, I don't decide, and that's why having the servant job really helps keep me grounded and to give this love unconditionally, because whoever I meet, I see them as a reflection of me. So by giving them, energy, not deciding, hey, this deserves it and that doesn't, just everybody, viewing everybody equally, still at the same time having discernment and discrimination. And like you said earlier too, don't open up your heart chakra and go to the bank because you just want to give your money to everybody.
Yeah.
And that's true, because when you're in that loving state, you're willing to do what other people might think is crazy. But I always say, there's different levels of love. Even like there's, you could say love in a general, like, and then there's unconditional love. Unconditional love is higher up on the spectrum. It's a higher level of consciousness, we could say, than love. And then there's the love that the world calls love, which really isn't love at all. It has to do with attachment and possessions and ownership, and I love you because you give me this based on this condition, and because you treat me this way, and because I'm supposed to, because you're my family member, and all these conditions. That's not true love. But it's really an energy field that we align ourselves with through feeling, through honoring the Shakti.
True.
That divine feminine energy within us. When our heart's open, it just transforms our whole day-to-day experience.
Yeah, when you see God in everywhere and everything, that is a true, profound blessing. So in yoga, we always try to do that. See Babaji in everything and everywhere. So it begins to cultivate and enhance. You have love for everything. You have unconditional love for everything. I love the tree. I love the bird because I see myself as a reflection in everything. And God is everywhere and everything. Some people might not be realized beings. Some people might be realized beings. But it doesn't mean they're any less or any more. It just means that God is in everywhere and everything. And some people have realized that, and some people haven't come to that realization. But you should still, like practice being says, say, see God in everywhere and everything. So I told a story one time. I was in the Himalayan mountains, and there was all these sadhus sitting there, and one just glowed to me. And I said, there's Babaji right there. Took every single rupee I had in my pocket and gave it to him. Turned around, he was gone. But it helps you cultivate that you never know where God is hiding, but God is everywhere and everything. He might be a little bit more in somewhere else, but treat everything as a reflection of yourself, and it's equal to yourself, and you can never go wrong, And if you give wholeheartedly to everybody, and they choose to treat you a certain way, that's their problem, not your problem. You did everything you should have did to uplift them. And you shouldn't feel guilty about it or have regrets about anything.
In Autobiography of Yogi, Babaji says, I am washing the feet of this renunciant, and then I shall clean his cooking utensils.
True.
Babaji smiled at me like a little child. I knew he was imitating, that he wanted me to criticize no one, but to see the Lord as residing equally in all bodily temples, whether of superior or inferior men. The great Guru added, by serving wise and ignorant sadhus, I am learning the greatest of all virtues, pleasing to God above all others, humility. So I said earlier that, I kind of know this book like the back of my hand, and I knew that was on page 355, and the book's right behind me. So I grabbed it up.
There it was.
Open up this page, because a lot of the things you're saying, just I automatically think to that, because that book is, once you give something, let's say water, so much time and energy and attention, once you pour your heart into, you see reading that book, opening that book as a form of devotional service, as a form of bhakti yoga, using your five senses in service of the Lord, the Most High. As you're giving your attention to that, think about how many people over the years have read that book, and in the Bible too, and just how powerful it is, how powerful it's, like mantra, saying in japa yoga, saying japa mantra. Veronica used the word repetition earlier, repeating it over and over and over again. That momentum builds up within you. It's literally light, the light of awareness, building up, incubating in your consciousness, and that light builds up and builds up and builds up. And same thing with reading a book. You integrate that as a part of your being, as part and parcel of your own being. When you read something, you become so familiar with it. It's like the back of your hand. That book, in a way, you become a walking manifestation of that book. Let's say like the pastor go to church to, he's read the Bible. He can tell you, you quote the Bible, he can tell you right where it is. He's that familiar with it. So he's basically a walking Bible. If Jesus is, Jesus is all throughout the Bible, and you could say the Bible is Jesus manifest. And you read the Bible so much that you become a walking Jesus, right? And that's not blasphemous at all, because it says right in the Bible that Jesus said this, that ye are gods. Any works that you do are better than I'll do, because I'll have gone on to the Father. So better works ye will do. So what are we here doing? That service, that unconditional service, that, hey, whoever you are, we're here to answer your question.
Yeah. I think everybody's deserving of love. I don't know. I think you could almost lose yourself in love. Make everything love. It's the biggest motivator. So
I'm seeing the butterflies like our conversation. They're all around here.
Oh, I need to pay attention to that. I was like,
there's one here. Maybe it come down. It's right up there.
I love you, butterflies.
They're enjoying our conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right above my head right now. Come down. All right.
Yeah,
when you want them to come down, they won't come down. Yeah, but I like what practice being said. Babaji said it so clearly right there.
Yeah.
The fountainhead of Kriya Yoga, the highest enlightened being in Kriya Yoga, is washing ignorant sadhus and enlightened sadhus, cooking utensils and washing their feet. So it really gives you the right perspective. Like Babaji himself is saying he's nobody special. He is not higher than any ignorant sadhu or enlightened sadhu. He washes them both equally. So when you have that perspective, how can you go wrong?
I don't know, something that you say all the time, Vedagurudev, is like, we're a house under construction. True. And I was thinking, like, if you kill yourself, it's almost like that soul, that spiritual house that you've been building, you got to rebuild that whole damn house all over again, brick by brick. I don't think God, I don't know, judges you, but I think it makes things complicated for you because you've got to rebuild your house all over again. It just slows you down. But I do feel like we are a house.
Yeah, and why would you cut the process short, right? In my case, it took me so long to get on the path and wake up to my true inner potential. I want to do nothing to cut that short, right? I'm trying to get as far down the path as I can. And if I do reincarnate, hopefully I could pick up where I left off. And if I'm really lucky, I could just ascend to Babaji's campfire and be there with him. So when you have the awareness that you're a physical body having a spiritual experience, then you have the better perception. Like all these Sitas and these yogis, they were medicine men, they were alchemists. What were they trying to do? Extend their life as long as they can, because they wanted to make as much spiritual progress as they could before they ascend. So I wasted a lot of time, over 40 years of my life, on stupidness and material things and treating my body like an amusement park. I definitely don't want to start off from square one, because I was definitely almost lost in the sauce for sure. I had the intuition that Babaji's like, I got to hit this guy with the lightning bolt today, or he might be lost. And there goes another 1,000 incarnations. Luckily, I had a spiritual awakening, and I'm taking this bar of gold and this $1 million in the spiritual bank and going as far as I can, because who wants to start off from square one? And maybe you don't wake up, and then it's over and over and over and over. So don't take this spiritual path, this Kriya yoga practices for granted. Do the best you can and be the best yogi you can, even if it means being 1% better than you were yesterday. But definitely don't cut the process short, no matter what happens. In yoga, they say, even if it's the end of the world, don't let anything shake your samadhi. So if you find yourself not wanting to be here, transcending this physical body, then you need to do more inner work, because you're not using the tools that you have, you know? Like, I hope to go as far as I can on the spiritual path with the tools I have. So don't cut the process short. No matter what happens in the world, do not let it affect you. Have your shield up and be unaffected by anything in the world. Even if it's the end of the world, don't cut the process short. Paul said in one of our last satsangs, people, the U.S. government would not tell us about aliens because they're scared we're going to jump out the window. So they look at us so low, in such low consciousness and low frequency, such slaves, that we can't even make our own decision. I could tell you, if aliens landed in my front yard right now, I would not cut the process short. You know?
Yeah.
I would feel their energy, and if they had divine energy, I would invite them in for tea. If they had negative energy, I would put up my shield and tell them they're not welcome here. This is the house of the Lord. You know, we cultivate divine energy. Negativity, ego is not welcome here. Harm, violence, war, murder, not welcome in the house of the Lord. You know, so... But I could tell you I would not cut my own life short for something somebody else does. So if you have that right mindset and you're not attached to the other people's hypnotism of what you should do, it almost seems like a joke to you, you know? You don't get attached to it. So never cut your life short, because tomorrow is a new day. It might seem stressful today. You might not want to do it today, but you might wake up brand new tomorrow and want to do it even more. So don't cut the process short. It happens to all yogis, all spiritual people. They're not perfect every day. I like when Patanjali says in the Yoga Sutras, the line to God is not a straight line. It's a zigzag. We all fall off You know, we all fall off the path. We dust ourselves off and get back on the path. We don't sleep in the ditch. We bring ourselves out of the ditch and keep walking straight. So no matter what happens in this Maya delusional world, and I know it's a war zone. I know it's a minefield. Believe me, I look back on my life before Kriya Yoga and I say, man, I'm glad I made out of that. I was almost gone. Wow. Thank you, Babaji, every day for waking me up on the path of Kriya Yoga. It's a true blessing. But I understand it's tough out there, but you can't give up. If you need some tools, all these tools are right here down below. You know, we're going to help you, whether you pay money or not. Money should not be a barrier for help. We help everybody unconditionally. Okay. So we're here to help. And I understand. I've been where you're at. Practice Being has been where you're at. Veronica has been where you're at. You know, all of our members in our Kriya Yoga school have been where you are at. We just, only difference is us. We're doing the inner work and we have the tools to overcome. But being aware that you're in this crazy Maya delusional world is almost home. You know, you're 80% of there. Most of these people aren't aware. They're going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over, and reincarnate. They're never going to get off the hamster wheel. You have to pivot, change course, and change directions. I need help today. Okay, you need help? We're here to help. Book a call, join the free Kriya Yoga school, join our YouTube channel, whatever, right? If you need more help, join our paid school. Up to you. But we're here to help, regardless. Money should not be a barrier to entry. So we're here to help. But please, whatever you do, do not cut this beautiful spiritual experience short. You know, do not transcend your physical body before it's time. You know, so if I transcend my physical body, it would be because my physical body broke down. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll choose Mahasamadhi. I doubt that's my path. I think Babaji has a plan for me, so I'm going to keep going as long as I can. If by some means a bomb drops on me and my physical body is destroyed, I will show up at the astral plane or the pearly gates, whatever you want to call it, and say, Babaji was out of my control. I didn't cut my body short. Somebody else did it. That's their karma, not mine. I'm glad to see, but
Yeah.
I tried to keep it as long as I could, you know. But even if I wanted to transcend my physical body, I have the intuition that something would stop me, you know. I have to be on the front line holding up the white flag, you know. So that's never been a thought in my mind.
Yeah. I kind of wonder what the spiritual root of depression is, but now, like, if I get depressed, I see it as an opportunity, like, to go quiet and like, why am I depressed? What is it that I need to do to look at this? What is it I need to fix? So I don't know. I
Yeah,
just
and you
feel
kind of look at depression as like clouds passing in the sky. This doesn't serve me. How is being depressed going to get me out of what situation I'm in? It's not. It's kind of almost like things I'm attached to or been conditioned to attach to, but it doesn't serve me. So all these kriyas we do are trying to uplift us out of the pit of despair, you know, the pull of depression, no matter what it is, right? No matter what it is, we always try to stay blissful and happy and not get attached to it, not go down that rabbit hole, you know? And that was very hard for me in the beginning because I was a master of distraction. I was a master of conditioning. I identified with all these stuff, you know? So I thought I was the body. I thought I was the mind. And when I started to release that, I started to create distance or move back from the TV and become a detached witness. Like, I am not this depression. This is some clouds passing in the sky, some waves on top of the ocean. Doesn't serve me, you know? How is this going to solve my problem being depressed about this or sad about this? It's not. It's just something to drain your energy and something to let go of. Detach, let go. no sadness.
Yeah.
But take some work. I'm not going to sit here like it doesn't take some work, but anybody could do it. If I could do it, anybody could do it. So
I was thinking like a good spiritual practice would be to like learning how to adapt to different situations would be a powerful skill to cultivate, but humans don't like change. But just learning how to pivot and like adapt to different situations would be a good exercise. So like get you out of
yeah,
that rut.
adapt, change course, pivot, change directions, no matter what happens. Realize that this doesn't serve you in the present moment, change course. Focus your energy, your bendu on what serves you in the present moment. You start to realize that these lower emotions, these lower instincts are trash that you're holding on to that doesn't really serve you. And you start shedding them, you start letting them go.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe give myself love. If nobody else is going to give me love, I'll give love to myself. I'm like,
yeah, love
heal
yourself
myself.
as much as possible. Yeah. So you don't want to wait for somebody else to save you. Save yourself.
Yeah.
Love yourself and cultivate that inner self-love, that divine love, that higher consciousness. You can never go wrong.
And that's really the essence of spirituality, is simply falling in love with life itself. The
True.
essence of life itself, not falling in love with Alex or Veronica or Vedagurudev or our outer appearance, or falling in love with the life within us. What is the source of life that is animate? Whatever activity we're doing, if we're eating, that life is in the root chakra. Whatever activity is associated with a certain frequency, a certain energy center within the human body. So when we are constantly conscious of God consciousness, right? This is what Prabhupada talks about in the Bhagavad Gita.
True.
God, just being constantly aware of God. What is God but life? That's why we use capital L when we talk about life, because God is life. What is the source of life? Always thinking about every little movement, everything animated in creation is Shakti, is life energy, divine energy, or the transcended, ascended masters, which are pure being, pure life, light energy. Everything is life. And therefore, when you're full of life, you swallow up death. The lower level energies can't even touch you, can't get you, because you're a well of life. And you give this life everything around you unconditionally. And so spirituality to me really is falling in love with life itself, the process of life itself. And therefore, like you said, the question of suicide never even arises. I'm not going to say formally that because this thought I've had actually is everybody at one point has probably thought about suicide. But most people don't do it because you realize, it's not gonna solve anything. Whether they know that consciously or intuitively, there's a part of them that knows, hey, me often myself, often this physics, that's not gonna solve anything. What's the cliche that it's a temporary solution, which is not a solution. It doesn't solve anything. To put it in a way that everybody understands, can be difficult because you don't identify with this. You realize you're something that continues on after this, and your state of consciousness, wherever you're at right now when you leave this body, persists. It gravitates to whatever realm that you're operating from while you're aware from within this. So that's why we want to be constantly aware of elevating our consciousness, so that when we do leave this body, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So why worry about it? We can never actually die. So let go of that fear, because the fear of death is the root of all other fears. That's the basis. Once you transcend that fear, then all other fears are out the window. And when you operate from fearlessness, then nothing in the world can get to you. You can't really touch you. You're kind of invincible, but at the same time, you're humble you don't brag about it. You're just simply grateful for it. Thank you for this. What I mentioned in a previous comment on your other live stream, Vedagurudev, you're a frontline warrior, bulletproof soul. Nothing
Yes.
can touch you because you're a bulletproof. Because you don't identify with this temporary body,
Right.
temporary thoughts that arise in consciousness. You realize that you're the detached witness, something beyond
True.
this, something that is eternal. And therefore, when your soul leaves the body, it's not because of some impulsive decision that you made to end it. Because the true you can't end. So
Mm.
suicide isn't even you may have thought about it formally, but you didn't act on it. You're still here today. So hey, there's something within you that wants to keep living. Even if you feel depressed, even if you're in lower states of consciousness, there's something within you that loves itself. And that's life's longing for itself, God's longing for itself. Because the presence within you is the source of your existence. So it's only natural that it wants to seek itself. And that's everybody's ultimate destiny. Wherever you're at in your spiritual journey, we all have the same fundamental purpose. Whether we are conscious of this intention and make it a daily practice or not. At some point, however many incarnations, at some point, you're bound to wake up. Whoever is it, we're all bound to wake up. I say you, but we're all, whatever point we're at. And our ultimate destiny is to realize our inner divinity.
Well put.
Yeah.
How long have we been on here now?
3 hours and 10 minutes. Do you want to stretch out? I was just going to ask you.
Yeah, let me check. I think my computer's getting hot. I know
It was starting to like fade in and out. It was
I'm
Really?
gonna pop off. It's about midnight here in
Oh,
New
wow.
York. I talk about circadian rhythm, and that's something that I've been, it's tough because sometimes, like, if I'm not tired, I'm not gonna sleep. So I'll sit up and meditate or create or whatever. But something that for a long time I've been trying to do is get in a routine, like a sleep routine, and it's tough because some days I'm up for a couple days and I don't, and other days, so that's something that I'm still working on. But as far as the circadian rhythm, that's very important. So I know in another live stream, Vedagurudev said, go to bed around midnight, wake up at 6 a.m. It says that in Autobiography of Yogi too, like Sri Sargiri, who's on is on the, every word he says, I pay very close attention to. And although I never met him personally, I still worship what he says in his energy mentally and try to connect with that intentionally. And something he said in Autobiography of Yogi is, or Yogananda said about his guru, is that, goes to bed around midnight, wakes up before the sun rises. In essence, what that's saying, he didn't use these words, but he's in alignment with the circadian rhythm. That fire within him is aligned with the solar cycles, and his macrocosm is aligned with his microcosm is aligned with the macrocosm. So understanding the planets, all these are reflected within us, and to be sensitive to that energy, to the lunar energy, to the solar energy is important.
Yeah.
But I said all that to say, I guess, I'm gonna hop off here at midnight, speaking a sermon in the morning at a volunteer center. So I'm grateful for that opportunity as well. So I'm gonna mentally prepare for that a little bit before I doze off and wake up early. And I'm thankful to have stuff to do and stuff to look forward to, and to be active in the world, and to be on here now sharing with you guys and everybody listening. This is a great opportunity as well. So I thank you for that. I thank everybody on here asking questions, and till the next one, enjoy the rest of your live stream, and I'm sure we'll be in touch.
We're grateful to have you, Practice Being. Thank you for all your great insights and all your great energy and your essence on our live stream. As always, you're always welcome. So have a great night. And
Yeah.
that was very profound what you said on our live stream Satsang. So you're welcome anytime.
Yeah.
We enjoy your
God bless.
insights and your deep Kriya Yoga knowledge. God bless you also.
Jai Babaji.
Yeah.
Jai
Sweet dreams.
Babaji.
Wow, my head is tingling. That was very good.
Yeah, let me see if I can cool down.
Yeah, you just.
Man, that midday Thailand sun is coming up right now, so
Yeah.
it is baking my computer. Hold on a second. Let me try to get it up. Okay. Does it look better, or it was getting a little blurry for a while?
It looks better. You
Maybe-
look nice and clear.
I'm gonna turn this light on. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think I'm better.
Okay.
There's a little delay, but it might be because it's cooling off.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's getting better. Okay. How much
Yeah,
time
like-
are we at now? 3, right?
We're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. So
Okay, we got 45 minutes to go. So
yeah.
if you have some questions on YouTube chat, put them in there. Man, sun is in Thailand is brutal. It must be like 100 degrees today. And the humidity is crazy.
Yeah, if you feel like we need to pack it up, that's okay.
No, it's okay. We go the distance.
Yes. Taylor Allen, what should I know about the brain?
What should you know about the brain? Well, I like when they say in yoga, I am not the body, I am not the mind. So they're always kind of detaching from the mind. And when you meditate, you're mastering your mind. So you start to have mastery over your mind. You start to take back your control. You start to become the king of your castle. Like the mind doesn't control you, you control the mind. So meditation is a very powerful way to start mastering your mind, to start clearing your mind. You start taking out the trash in your mind junk that no longer serves you, the distractions, the mental clutter, the monkey mind. You start letting all this go. So you start, like my guru said, you go down to your basement, you sweep up all the dust, you open the windows, you throw away all the boxes and all the trash, the things you've been collecting, and you start letting it go. So meditation is a practice of mastering your mind. You take control. The mind doesn't take control of you. And it probably in the beginning, it's going to fight you a little bit, but you are the king of your castle and you do what's best for you and you control what your mind thinks. So you start taking control of the mind. The mind doesn't control you no more. You control the mind. So if you want some techniques to start mastering your mind, subscribe Vedagurudev channel and join our free Kriya Yoga School, freekriyayoga.com. If you really need help mastering your mind, book a call, Kriya Yoga Masterclass. Click on the red button. The calendar will come up. Pick a date and time that works best for you, and we'll try to overcome and master your mind. And if you like what we're doing and the tools we give you and you want to join our paid Kriya Yoga School, go to Kriya Yoga Masterclass. There's a button. Join our Kriya Yoga School now. $50 a month, $250 a year. If I was you, I would join for the whole year. So you could go at your own pace. There's no rush, you know? You don't feel like you could go at your own pace. It's a process. It's going to take a little while, but you have the coaching, you have the people, you have the family that uplifts you in our Kriya Yoga School community. So that's how I would suggest to master your mind. And if you need some techniques to help you master your mind and overcome your mind, join our free Kriya Yoga School, freekriyayoga.com. There's some beginner techniques and give you some framework to help you on the path to master your mind. If you want more advanced level techniques, then join our Kriya Yoga School Masterclass. But by all means, we're here to help, and we want you to master your mind. So don't try to make sense of the mind. Try to overcome the mind. Clearing out the monkey mind, the mental clutter.
Yes.
You should be perfectly fine.
What do you think? What do enlightened people know that others don't?
Enlightened people, as my guru would say, are realized, self-realized, God-realized people. So they're just realized people, and most people are non-realized, right? They realize the higher truth that the divine oneness with God, you know, not the dualist perspective. God is over here, I am over here, I am God, and God is me. So all these kriyas, all these practices we do are constantly aligning our spine, our sushumna nadi, becoming an antenna with your inner divinity, realizing your true inner potential. So I would say the only really difference is they realize their true inner potential, and most people take their inner potential or Kriya yoga, spirituality as some woo-woo kind of thing or some mystical kind of thing that they can't do, you know? So
Yeah.
God is inside you as you, just all you have to do is realize it. That's probably the only difference. They realize their inner potential. Most people don't realize their inner potential. So,
Yeah.
but becoming aware that you need some tools is pretty much 80% of the way home, in my opinion. So if you need some tools, we got some tools.
We got some tools. I was thinking if I was to suddenly realize I've become enlightened, I wouldn't tell a damn person, but I think people would realize it. They would feel it. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I was just
if you become realized, probably other people could feel it, but you can't give your realization to somebody
No.
else. You could just be a North Star or like a lighthouse to kind of show them the inner possibilities. They have to do the inner work themselves. So people think like, I always like when I see like a yoga program or whatever self-help program, I can give you enlightenment. Ding, you know, it doesn't work that way.
Nope,
If you don't do the inner work, you're not going to come to a higher state of consciousness. It's all inside you as you. Only thing we could really do at the Kriya Yoga School is give you the tools to help cultivate and enhance it. But you have to do the inner work, you know? It's not a microwave. It's not a lightning path. It's a individualized, personalized path that you have to do. So I could give you the tools, but you have to do the work. I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make it drink, you know?
Yeah.
So if you do join our Kriya Yoga School, I'll try to do my best to coach you and help you on the path, you know? But it all comes down to you doing your inner work. So anybody trying to sell you enlightenment, they're probably misguided. Sounds like some snake oil. Sounds like they're selling you the Brooklyn Bridge. Don't believe them.
Yeah.
I like on YouTube, I've been seeing a lot of AI yoga programs. It's not even a real person. It's an AI voice. And it's like, we can help you do chair yoga.
You're not even real.
Like, yeah, you're not even real. So you don't, yeah. Yoga, you have to test it, observe it, experience it, and feel it for yourself, you know? I forgot I saw something today, and they asked AI, if you could spend one day in a human body, what would you do? And it was basically like, I would love to feel how it is to love. I would love to feel how it is to feel the sun on my face, you know? I would love, it was all about feeling and experiencing, right? So even AI, it could give you some great information, some great text, but it can't feel. Kriya Yoga is experiencing and feeling. So don't take for granted what AI would give everything for.
Yeah, that's the greatest thing about being human is that we can feel everything.
Yeah, and even AI, a computer, knew this, right?
Yeah.
It wrote a long essay about like feeling and experiencing. It's something we all take for granted that it would give everything for.
You know, when I meditate, I like to put my hand on my heart. And I know, like you put your solar panels up, or people put their hands in prayer. I like to just put my hand on my heart. So
yeah,
I don't. I want
I
to
agree
feel
that too.
everything.
That gives you a nice connection, right? To feel
Yeah.
your heart, you know.
Yeah.
Like I was looking at one mudra I had in our YouTube video, and it was like that too. It was like hand on the heart, feeling the heart, you know, just feeling your inner essence, your inner potential, your inner energy.
Yeah.
What a true blessing, your inner divinity. So yeah, I agree.
Was this a heart one too? That was kind of like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kaputta mudra. So this mudra is like cultivating your heart chakra, your anahata, which is basically, I like to think of it as a catcher's mitt, right? You're catching the unconditional love in your heart chakra. But kaputta mudra means cup dove, right? So it's like holding in the dove, the peace, the serenity, the stillness, the inner love, right? So I think that's a beautiful thing too also.
Let me take the banner down. Why don't you do that one too? I like that. That looked good. Let me see.
Which one?
This one that you just did. Yeah. Let me find remove this.
Oh, yeah, so you want to see how to do it?
No, I was just thinking that would make a good thumbnail for you.
So like a picture.
Yeah. Okay, that looks good.
Yeah, okay. I try to roll my eyes up to the crown of my head and cultivate my inner divinity. Yeah, so Kaputta Mudra in our Kriya Yoga School, our paid Kriya Yoga School, we have a lot of mudras, right? We just did a class with 16 mudras. So we're always closing the circuit with sealing in the energy with the mudras. So this is one, it's called Kaputta. I'll try to put it up to the screen. Yeah. So it's like almost like a catcher's mitt. You're trying to cup in the energy and holding that unconditional love in your heart chakra, your anahata. So that's a good one. Yeah. It's called Kaputta Mudra. If you want these events, if you want the Kaputta means like cup dove, right? So you're holding in the dove of peace. You're holding it in your heart chakra.
The dove of peace.
Yeah, the cup dove. You're cupping the dove in your hands and putting out to your heart chakra. I like to think as like a catcher's mitt. You're catching the unconditional love, you know, which a lot of these mudras are that, you know, prana mudra on your knees, collecting all the prana in the atmosphere, and you know, so all good.
Yeah, love it.
Do we have more comments?
No, but I can give you questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, all our comments are finished.
Right?
Right?
Yeah, the last one was Taylor Allen. What should I know about the brain? So
Taylor Allen or anybody watching this live stream, don't be shy. Put your questions right in the YouTube chat. We're going to be on here for another 30, 40 minutes, and we'll answer all your questions wholeheartedly. It don't cost nothing. Don't be shy. We're here to help, you know. And if you want to continue the good vibrations, YouTube channel at Vedagurudev, freekriyayoga.com. That's our free Kriya Yoga School, 100% free. And if you're really going through it, you really are in a pit of despair, or you're really depressed and you really have some trauma and you need help, book a call with me, Vedagurudev, Kriya Yoga Masterclass.com. There'll be a red button, book a call, click it, calendar will come up, time will come up, pick the best time, and you will see me live in person, and we will overcome your problems live in person. Or if you want to get to work right away, go there, KriyaYogaMasterclass.com, join our Kriya Yoga School, click on it, you know, enter in all your information, and we'll start working today. Planting that tree today, not tomorrow, not in 1 year. Get the help you need today. Jai Babaji.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, who are the 18 Siddhas? I get the impression they're like the the OGs of Kriya Yoga. They started it. They're like the teachers.
Yeah, so the 18 Siddhas are, Siddha means perfection, right? So they are the perfected one. So they are above self-realized yogis. They are the highest form of self-realized yogis. You know, they still retain their physical form, but they're one step away from becoming pure light beings, right? So they are medicine men, alchemists who have dedicated their whole life to developing Kriya Yoga practices to extend their life as long as possible and get the maximum benefits and the maximum effectiveness out of every Kriya or every practice we do. So the reason these Kriyas are so profound because they've been developed over thousands of years. So all thanks to the 18 Siddhas, and there's probably hundreds of Siddhas. We just focus on the 18 Siddhas we know. Most of these Siddhas live in secrecy, so they don't make themselves known. So I'm sure there are a lot more beyond the 18. So respect to those outside of the 18. But the 18s I know of, have been taught about, those are the 18s. I give praise and grace to them and thank them for the excellent job they're doing. So we have a bhajan, a song we sing in our Kriya Yoga School. It's homage to the 18 Siddhas. So we say each Siddha's name, what city they come from, for giving us the blueprint, giving us the breadcrumbs for these beautiful, profound, dynamic Kriya Yoga practices. So thank you to those 18 Siddhas, and all the Siddhas who are outside those 18 Siddhas, thank you to them, because they're doing the greatest job of all. And none of this wouldn't be possible without their hard work and their heavy lifting on the Kriya Yoga path. So they're from all different places scattered around India, same like the Rishis, but Himalayan mountains, Tamil Nadu, Siddhas, they're all great. Wherever you're from, Siddha, you're the best.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work.
I don't know, when you sing that mantra, it really affects me deeply. I just recognize a few names like Dan Ventry, Boganantar, I think Agastya, Patanjali's.
Yeah.
But I was thinking maybe you could teach us about the rest of the Siddhas if you know them, and we could learn their mantra diksha.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So I don't know if I have mantra for all 18 Siddhas, but I probably have at least 10, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I know them. I feel like, I don't know why I get emotional when I hear that, but I feel like I know them somehow.
Which one do you get most emotional when you hear?
Boganantar.
Oh, Boganantar. So in this Saturday's class, I'll give mantra diksha for Boganantar. I love Boganantar too. I was initiated in Katagama in Sri Lanka, where Boganantar initiated Babaji in the Kriya Kundalini Pranayama. So I always have a big space in my heart for Boganantar. So that's a great idea. This Saturday's class, we'll do Boganantar Shakti mantra.
Yeah.
Because as you know, when I sing that homage to the 18 Siddhas, I emphasize Boganantar.
Yeah.
I extend it, right? I always pray to Boganantar because that's the one I resonate with. And Bogar means enjoyer. So I always like the fact that he's an enjoyer. Whatever he does, he enjoys it, right? So
yeah.
Maybe I'll have a good story. I like the flying dog and Boganantar story. That's a good one. You know, they fly away. Let me look at my notes and I'll get a good one ready for Saturday's class. Yeah, so we'll learn Babaji's Shakti mantra. And in our paid school, we have many mantras, you know, for many different deities. So if you want mantra diksha for any deity, we have very, very profound ones in our schools. We have a whole mantra classroom. We bless our food. We protect our energy. We invoke Babaji's presence. We invoke the Siddha's presence. We invoke individual deities. So on and on and on, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the mantras
So
are my favorite part. I look forward to the end of the class doing the mantras at the end. So
yeah, and at the end
yeah.
of our class, we really give the opportunity our students to sing their heart out in their mantra japa. And one of our students is Indian yogini, and she
Yes.
says it with such harmonious vibration and pure bhakti. It's the best. So if you want to hear it, she doesn't usually come on here, but she has,
When she
special
does, it's a
occasion,
treat.
Maha Shiva Rashi, which was our longest class. It was 6 hours. We sang, all Shiva mantras from our heart 108 times over and over, told Shiva stories. So it's always a treat when she says the
Yeah.
mantra japa and the perfect tone and the perfect rolling of the R's and everything. So we were lucky enough in our last class to have her present. So hopefully she comes back and joins us as much as possible.
Yeah.
It's a true treat.
I don't know. She suggested a mantra or a chanting class. So I think that would be something up her alley.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. Also, we could go through everything, and she could correct our Sanskrit.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a butterfly. You see it? You just saw it, right? For a second? No?
I saw something flick by really fast. I wasn't paying attention.
It probably was a butterfly.
So
Yeah.
that was 3 hours and 35 minutes. I'll have to look at that.
I always get a good confirmation because when I see the butterflies or the birds, they try to stay out of camera, but every once in a while they'll give us an audience.
Yeah.
It's a good confirmation that they enjoy sharing our energy and our Shakti, right? They don't come around, right?
They're like, I'm going to hover over here.
I like how this feels. There's some good vibrations, Hopefully this guy, Vedagurudev, says his Om chanting. I like how that feels, that vibration.
Yeah.
So when I do my mantra japa, I sometimes have an audience of squirrels, cats, birds,
Yeah.
butterflies. So all are welcome,
Yeah, last week the butterfly flew right into the camera and it was a big one. So beautiful.
Yeah. Maybe they're shy today, they're trying to stay away, but yeah, still great. We enjoy their presence. They're always welcome. Any sentinel beings carrying positive divine energy, come one, come all, And speaking of the Sitas, Agastya was what they call Param Guru, which is the first guru, right?
Yeah.
Besides the deity, the highest physical form guru, which the debate is out if Agastya was really a physical form person too, because they call him Shiva's policeman. So when Shiva got married to Parvati, then they sent him to Tamil Nadu to tame the demons. So he's a demon slayer. He's a demon eater. So if you have any problems or you're going through something or your consciousness is getting attacked, astral parasites or whatever, you call Agastya, and he loves to eat the demons. So so Agastya, as the story goes, Bhoganantar sent Babaji to meet Agastya, which Agastya was Bhoganantar's guru, So Babaji sat in front of the temple where Agastya was known to visit. For 40 days, he went without eating. He said, I will not eat, I will not drink until Bhoganantar shows himself. So as the story goes, on his last breath, when he was about to transcend his physical body, Bhoganantar showed up with all his animals. Bhoganantar loved animals. He traveled with a big pack of animals, elephants, tigers, monkeys, all the animals you could think of. Call him the Noah of Kriya Yoga. He traveled with animals. He tried to stay away from people as many possible, but he liked the divine vibration of animals. So Babaji got initiated by Agastya, and he brought all his animals. So
nice.
I always love that part in the story,
yeah,
where he traveled with a pack of animals, right? So he wanted to stay away from the glare of the Maya delusional world. So
I don't blame
Even when
him.
he would come to the temple, he would come at 4 a.m. Brahma Mahuta, so no one's around. All right, animals come out. We can
Yeah.
now praise the glory of God, Lord Shiva himself. But he had the purest transmission of Shakti from Lord Shiva himself, because they say he's the first Rishi, right? So
Oh,
his teachings were direct from Shiva himself. And Shiva favored him. That's why he was Shiva's policeman. And so if you ask who has the purest, most authentic form of yoga besides Lord Shiva, I would say Agastya. But I'm sure the other 6 Rishis have a great connection also. So he didn't send Agastya away from India like the other Rishis. He kept him at home. He needed his policeman work, his detective skills to slay those demons,
yeah. I remember you showing us a picture of Agastya. He had a bit of a belly, but he looked like he could eat some demons. Like, yeah,
The demons are so delicious to
yeah.
Agastya. Yeah, and he
It's just
carries
so sweet.
a copper pot, like
Yeah.
I forget what they call that pot, where he keeps his water, his blessed water, so yeah.
Nice. And you taught us the 18 asanas. Is like one each asana for one of the 18 siddhas, or is that just a coincidence?
I mean, that might be a coincidence. That's a good question, but yeah, it's more like in the science of sun worship, it's kind of honoring all the practices of Kriya yoga. So, I mean, I never really thought about it. That's a good question, actually. Why do we have 18 asanas and there's 18 siddhas? So
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
just
there's some kind of correlation. I have to contemplate that one more. I don't really have a clear answer.
that's okay.
But yeah, I'm sure there's probably hundreds or thousands of siddhas out there, and I don't want to do any of them a disservice. They're probably doing great work also, and there's these are the 18 we say, but I'm sure
Yeah.
there are more beyond. So, but most siddhas, there's very limited knowledge. The limited things we know about them, they wrote on palm leaves, and it's hard to decipher, and it's short and sweet, and they talk in twilight mystical
Yeah.
parable kind of language similar to Jesus. So what we know, I like one of the siddhas said, when I'm gone, look at me as a boat sailing into the sunset and never say my name again. So they wanted the emphasis to be on the practices, not on
Yeah.
their personal individuality, right? Because they saw that as like an ego play that they didn't want to be in. So I always thought that was beautiful. They were like, say my name as less as possible.
I know. I still want to learn about them. Can you recommend any books about the 18 siddhas? Are there any books on them?
Yeah, Babaji and the 18 Siddhas.
Okay, perfect.
I mean, in this Saturday's class, I have a bunch of books,
Okay.
They have individual books on Bhoganantar, Agastya, and then they have like a collective book, or like the anthology of the Sita knowledge, like as much as their poems in their twilight language as possible, But it's hard to decipher because it was written on palm leaves,
Yeah.
So after thousands of years, those palm leaves aren't too preserved. So
Well,
they're trying to piece together, and
yeah.
they probably had many floods since that time. So there's limited knowledge, but I think that's the way they liked it also,
Yeah, direct transmission, person to person.
Right. Direct transmission, don't focus on me, focus on the technique, this type of thing.
What would you say the benefits of doing your puja is?
Puja is a way to give offering. So many people do puja a different way. They clean the deity first, Then they give offerings to the deity, prasadam, a food offering. Obviously, the deity is not going to eat it, but you give it to God first. So God blesses and purifies your food. So, and then you have a puja lamp where you give the light, the jyoti, to the deity, each deity. So like I said early in the satsang, the deity is reflecting back to you. So that you see yourself at the reflection of the deity in the light. So it's not a dualist perspective, it's a oneness perspective. Kali is the light, and I am the light, and we merge into the light, and I become Kali through the light, through the Jyoti. So it becomes a mirror. I am Kali, and Kali is me. I am Krishna, and Krishna is me. I am Shiva, and Shiva is me. I am Lakshmi, and Lakshmi is me. I am Ganesh, and Ganesh is me. So like you become the deity. You see yourself as the deity, not as a dualist perspective, but more as a oneness perspective. So you see the deity's reflection inside you as you, reflecting through the light of puja, right? So you light the inner lamp inside you as you, and you become whichever deity you're praying to through the light. So that's the way I like to look at it, as like a oneness kind of reflection, a oneness kind of mirror. Like I would say, I am Shiva, and Shiva is me. I am Lakshmi, and Lakshmi is me. I am Ganesh, and Ganesh is me. So I like to have that perspective. Like,
yeah, we're all one.
The oneness with each deity, like calling the deity into you as you through the jyoti, through the light, through the deepam, through the lamp, lighting your inner lamp, this symbolization of the outer lamp connecting with the inner lamp and becoming the deity inside you as you, whichever deity or whoever you're praying to.
When you're doing that, do you notice that some statues have more divine energy than others? I don't know if you feel something from more from one.
Yeah,
than
they
another.
all have different energy, which is all beautiful in its own right. So different deities have different aspects. Shiva is more enlightenment, more pure consciousness, more universality, right? Lakshmi is more abundance, wealth, and prosperity. Ganesh is the remover of all obstacles. So they all have that different divine quality, but all equal and all uplifting at the same time. So I wouldn't say more than others. They all put a smile on my face.
Yeah. I know, and you have lots of Babaji statues and pictures. Does anything like stand out to you that has more Babaji in it, more of his energy?
Maybe the statue, because I pray to it more, and it has more ritualistic things. It has more vibhuti on it. It has more mala beads on it, more raksha beads. It has more. It's more of an antenna, more radiating. But I say they all do. Even my cutout picture of Babaji, I could see smiling at me or winking at me sometimes. Or there's been many classes we had where Babaji is glowing, and he just won't stop glowing. Like I moved the camera, and he's still glowing. So, I mean, they all have great energy and great shakti, and I love them all. So, if I had to choose one to go with me and into moksha and the liberation, maybe I choose the statue, but that could change. Maybe I choose a different one tomorrow.
Is the statue the one you got from the Himalayan mountains that you did went into the water, Satupon Lake 3 times in that video?
Yeah,
is that the same one?
That is the statue. So that has personal individuality too. I'm looking at a butterfly. It's super big. It's like this big. It's right there behind my camera. It's
just come behind the camera. Come right in front of it.
It's like brown with like a border of yellow around its wings. Interesting. So hopefully it gives us an audience whenever it's doing its butterfly thing. can't control butterfly. They're free
Yeah.
birds. They're free
Yeah.
insects, whatever you call them. They're on their own time. So if
Yeah.
there's another one I just saw go over. So they're trying to stay out the camera. Maybe they were embarrassed last time they came
Yeah.
too close, or they didn't know they would be recording, so they're keeping their distance today. So yeah, what was the last question? I got sidetracked
That's
by the
okay.
butterfly.
I think you already answered it, that Babaji statue has a lot of personal significance to you because you went to the Himalayas with them.
I cleansed it. I bathed it every day in the Satupon Lake, Satupon Tao, the holy lake where gods have bathed, in the abode of Babaji. So it resonates with that Babaji energy. So yeah, I guess that has some personal significance,
Yeah.
the statue.
So I remember
Vedagurudev, you could only take one with you on the divine flight of moksha. Babaji statue it is. Jai Babaji,
How could you make me choose my children?
I'll tell you a funny story. So one time I went to Montreal, Canada for like initiation, Kriya yoga practice, Satsang, this type of stuff. And I arrived at the Montreal airport and they pulled me aside and they said, who is this? And they pulled out my Babaji statue.
Oh.
Is this Jesus? Said, no, that is Babaji. And they were like, who is Babaji? So I tried to explain to them. Then they saw my yoga mat. They saw my meditation cushion.
Yeah.
They say, what is this for? I say, I meditate. I'm a yogi. You're a yogi. I said, yes, I am. You know how to do asanas? I said, absolutely. And they said, show us. I said, I thought you would never ask. I rolled out my yoga mat, did the plow pose, did the full lotus pose, did whatever I want.
Yeah, did the wheel pose.
And they were like, all right, pack it up. I was like, you want to see more? I'll be here all day. I'll show you as many as you want. I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you're a yogi. Then they said, what about this? And the Babaji statue. And I took the Babaji statue and I said, all people in Montreal airport witnessing this, praise the glory of Babaji. Jai Babaji. Everybody. They're like, all right. Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here, you nut.
Yeah, they was like, you nut, Babaji. This guy is too much already, right? Oh, you want to know about Babaji? I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah.
Babaji is the greatest. I'm holding it out of my head. Everybody witness Babaji. He's the greatest Kriya yogi ever, right? The fountainhead. So, yeah.
Speaking
I thought that was a funny story.
We should have Babaji behind your shoulder, the next one.
Yeah, actually, that was something I forgot. I meant to bring out my Babaji and Mataji statue. Usually in the previous satsangs, he's always behind me looking over my shoulder. So, yeah, next time we do our next live satsang, remind me. Like, yo, you forgot Babaji. I thought I had everything. I need to make a checklist.
Put this Babaji is only our second one. I think we figured out how to keep the computer cool. Now that'll be the next thing. So
yeah, there's always another fire to put out somewhere. So next week, Babaji and Mataji.
Yeah, give them some fresh air. Let them feel the prana.
Fresh air. Yeah, let them feel the prana. Everybody bear witness to Babaji and Mataji live on the satsang.
Yeah. Yeah, and another thing, you said that you keep your statues covered in a blanket and then you wake them up with a bell. Is that how you, and then you do the puja?
Yeah, so I cover them up. I put them to sleep before I go to bed. I say my nightly puja and my nightly ritual and put all my deities to sleep. So I cover them with like an Om blanket, and there's that butterfly just out of it. It's right there. So, and I cover them up and, I put them to sleep and I wake them up in the morning. So I have a bell I ring 3 times, waking them up. Like, I'm in the room and let's get to work.
And so I wake them up
And I do my ritual. Yeah, I'm waking them up. You know, I'm the alarm in the morning. So yeah, I put them to sleep and I wake them up in the morning. So they're covered by like a gold Om cloth. You know, like the Om cloth I wear for the Yagna fire ceremony.
Yeah.
I have a bigger one, which is the same,
Oh.
and it covers them. I have two. I have one that cover. I have deities on the left and I have deities on the right. So I cover them both up before I go to sleep, which is a beautiful thing.
Is that to like protect their energy? So I don't know, or that just puts them to sleep because they need.
I mean, it's more ritualistic, you know. I
Okay.
was taught to put the deities to sleep, but
Okay.
yeah, your energy is no longer necessary. You could take a break and relax,
Aw.
go to sleep, have a good sleep, something like that.
Well, I get, maybe that's a good transition for us to put a blanket on this. We'll go to sleep now.
How much time are we at now?
3 hours and 54 minutes.
Oh, so it's about that time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, great. Let's put a blanket over Vedgurudev's live Kriya Yoga Q&A satsang and put it to sleep for another week, right?
Yes.
But yeah, this has been a very profound satsang.
Yeah.
Thank you for everybody joining. I have a feeling that this is going to be our most watched live stream. I'm just saying, maybe.
I saw it jump
for
up to like 20 people at one time. So
new record.
Yeah.
And thank you for Practice Being joining us. He had some very great insights and some great energy. And I always like to hear other people's perspective, you know. Vedagurudev has too much talking, so it's nice to enjoy other people talking. It's like a breath of fresh air. So thank you, Practice Being, for joining us on our June 18th live stream. And all of our members who are subscribed to Vedagurudev, make sure you subscribe to Practice Being also. We share the love. We spread the love out. So subscribing is 100% free. No skin off your chest. So subscribe, please. We're trying to get over a 1,000 so people can donate and super chat and give a coffee. So right there at Vedagurudev, that's the YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, comment, like Sandy said, as much as you can, 100% free. If you're ready to start practicing the supreme science of Kriya Yoga and learn the secrets of Kriya Yoga, 100% free, go to Kriya Yoga. Oh, messed it up. freekriyayoga.com. That's our 100% free Kriya Yoga school. Join our group. We have a very interactive and loving community in our free school. Post numerous videos on the YouTube channel. We post 2 daily motivational, inspiring Kriya Yoga videos. So also subscribe to that so you can be notified whenever we post a video. And yeah, if you need help right now, right away, join. Well, book your call, Vedagurudev Kriya Yoga Masterclass. So there's a red button. It says book your call now. Click on that button. Calendar will come up. You pick your date and time, which works best for you. And you will see me live on the camera. And we will try to solve your problems in real time and get you the help you need. That's 100% free. And if you enjoy the value and you want to start practicing advanced Kriya Yoga, join our Kriya Yoga Masterclass. Again, you go Kriya Yoga Masterclass, click on the button, join the Kriya Yoga Masterclass now. It'll take you right to our school, sign up, and I will personally coach you on the path of Kriya Yoga and make sure you get all the benefits and results. All I ask, like I always say, give me 30 days. If you don't feel results, if you don't feel uplifted in 30 days, then you can cancel. But if you do feel uplifted in 30 days, then let's continue the journey. But I will walk this path. I will coach you. I will go on as many calls and do as much as it takes to get you the benefits and results you need from practicing Kriya Yoga. So I guess that's about it.
Yeah.
As I do every satsang, I will give you Babaji's phone number first. Babaji's phone number is Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om. I will say it 3 times. If you're going through something and you need Babaji's help, call Babaji with this mantra. I will say it 3 times. Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om. Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om. Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om. And lastly, I will say the Shanti Universal Peace Mantra, giving peace and love to all people all around the world. Om Shanti, 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 Shalom, Sat Nam, Sadhu, Tao, Om Spirit, Swami Kami, Amen, Amen, Omen, Selah, Om. I didn't know how much emotional pain I was carrying until Kriya Yoga helped me face it and release it. It is gentle, but it goes deep. If you're dealing with emotional wounds, anxiety, or old trauma, this practice could help you come back to your center. Book a free call at KriyaYogaMasterclass.com or join my free school at freekriyayoga.com.
Kriya Babaji Namo 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 Kriya Babaji Namo